Hey there, everybody. How's it going? This is Dicebag, again, artist, game designer, world builder, and occasional VTuber. So hey, how's everyone going? I wanted to start off this time talking a little bit about the little solitaire campaign I've been working on. Because I've been wanting to get some playtesting in, but things have not come together quite yet when it comes to getting other people playing. So I've been basically playing with myself, just kind of in the background in my free time, and I've been running these guys. These are my team for the solitaire campaign that I'm working on, and you may recognize them if you've watched my previous art streams. I was designing these guys. I think I did all of them on stream to some extent. I think I colored them off stream. I don't remember. There's probably a mix. But anyways, yeah, these guys have been going on little adventures, and I've been working on ways to kind of simulate the experience of having like an actual dungeon master, which is, it's been a challenge, but I think I've got something worked out. And yeah, these guys have been having a hard time of it, finally. What I've been doing actually is I've been using a combination of like a dice oracle, I think they call it, and chat GPT to kind of fill in the gaps. And it's been, I've gotten it to give pretty good stuff. Like, it's workable. It needs a little polish. Obviously, it doesn't quite grasp the setting, but you know, we can work around that just for playtest purposes. But basically, the thing I've been finding about it is that it has a very difficult time like knowing when to throw a challenge at you. And if you just like ask it like anything, pretty much, it'll basically give you an easy way out of practically any situation it puts you in. Which, frankly, just ain't very fun. It's like, if it had its way, there would not be a single combat encounter. So we couldn't have that. I needed to test some other things, and I've also been using, obviously, the what I've been calling battle montage, which is like the simplified version of the combat encounters. And between that and all the other stuff, I think I've got something where you can actually kind of play this game on your own. But yeah, so the deal is, like, since the AI has a hard time knowing when to like throw a challenge at you, what I've done is I've just left that to the dice. So one of the mechanics I've seen for what do you call that, solo play, is the dice oracle, which is basically you just ask the dice yes or no questions effectively, and you have the dice tell you. It's like, what I'm doing is just an odd result is no, an even result is yes. Then if I go into some place where like there might be some kind of danger, I'm not sure what's in there, I will roll the die. And if it's an odd number, then it's danger. And if it's even, then it's safe. So what I do is whenever a question like that comes up, I will use the dice rather than the AI, and then I'll just tell the AI, like, the dice rolled danger. And it's supposed to come up with a situation for me, and it did. It generally works. It's surprisingly effective. And so I've been playing with this ever since I figured out this kind of little combination. And it also gave me a chance to test out the injury system and like the resource management and all that. Because some of these guys, the AI had them trigger like an illusionary trap when they went into this area of like part of the ruins that they're exploring. And it actually kind of went backwards from what I was expecting. The guys that I expected to most be able to handle it were actually hit hardest. Medwin here, this loser, he got the worst of it all, because he wasn't even able to like recover right away. They had to take him back to camp and fix him up. But yeah, the thing is, like, this is where I tested out the injury system. So what we do with injuries and creatures, the way I've got this working, is that whenever you suffer an injury, you basically take a penalty to one of your talents, which are like the core stats. You got 4 of them. You got fitness, agility, intellect, and sense. So obviously, if you're getting hit with the illusionary attacks, that's probably going to be a sense injury if you fall victim to it. And of course, Medwin, this blind mother effer, ain't got a very high sense. He's got a 2 out of 5. So on the low side, but not completely a dump stat. But taking 1 sense injury, not only for first of all, it's harder to heal the lower their stat is. So since he's only got 2, that makes the difficulty of healing it like 8, an 8 out of 10 on a D10. So it was very difficult for Aiden over here to heal this guy. He was the only one who was still up and about, able to heal people. So he wasn't able to take care of Medwin quite properly. But that's because Medwin's sense is so low. So he had a very difficult rating when it came to rolling. Now Rhiannon over here, she has 4 sense, so she's on the higher side. Hers was easy to fix up. So she was back on her feet no time. She's still going around even when she's still technically recovering from the injury. But also, the way we deal with death in creatures deals with the injury system. So when somebody is at 0, effectively, at 0 in any single talent, that's when they're in danger of dying. If they don't get, like, treated and stabilized right away, they're gonna die. So since Medwin already took one injury to his sense, that kind of put him in a dangerous situation. He's only got 1 more. If he gets another injury in sense, then he's down and he might die. And especially given that it's tougher to heal those injuries, they figured they're gonna have to just leave him back at camp until he gets completely rested up. So that took 1 character out of commission completely. So I'm quite happy with the consequences of the systems I'm putting in. It's actually pretty rough when the dice aren't against you and you have to make tough decisions. That's one of the things I was worried about when I was making this game, is that I might be a little bit too forgiving, because when it comes to like combat and stuff, I'm generally of the mind that it's not a hard fight unless 1 character goes down. So I want combat itself to be pretty rough, but I don't want to have like huge lasting consequences just because somebody like gets knocked down to 0 hit points. So that's where I devised the injury system to deal with that. Because when you get knocked down to 0, you're not dead, you just take an injury, you know? But you're out of commission until that gets patched up. So I think that whole issue with the consequences is going quite well. So another thing, what basically inspired this stream, is that the AI and the stuff it's putting me through is actually giving me some ideas. And it's hard to get it to like latch on to the whole concept of the creatures world sometimes. I've gotten it to understand basically like this is Pokemon, but fantasy, you know? But I've recently kind of like started substituting in the creatures terminology for things, and it's gradually starting to catch on to it. So that's nice. I'd actually like to do like a stream sometime where I just do solo play with this method. I think that might be fun. But that's something for another time. But yeah, what we're gonna do today is partly inspired by what the AI has been throwing at me. Because the AI keeps giving me like all these what would you call this? Like it's kind of it keeps throwing like guardian spirits and stuff at me, and I'm like, this doesn't really fit the way the creatures world does, but what if I could make it fit? So the noggin's been jogging. And it keeps giving me like these guardians of the ruins and of the celestial knowledge and bullcrap like that, and I'm like, what if? How would this function in the creatures world? How could you do this? I was thinking, okay, what if the creator of the ruins, or like the ruler of the ancient civilization, was, say, a mythic conjurer himself? And we got, let me bring up some visual aids. I'm an artist, I gotta use visuals. Here we go. Arthur Oakthorn and his mythic creature, the Verdant King. So, mythic creatures, they've been around for very long. They've lived through many human lifespans, and they reincarnate if they're killed eventually. So I was thinking, what if there was a previous owner, and these remains, this like ruins, are from the civilization that he ruled over, because they're still hanging out in the Vivid Vale, just in the more wild parts of it. The noggin started jogging, like I said, and I started thinking, okay, what are these guardian spirits if such a thing were to exist? Well, they could have had some kind of spell put on them. We could be working on some like advanced ancient magic that was inspired by the Verdant King up here. What if they were like immortalized somehow in these ruins, and it started jogging again. This is how we do it. We let one thing lead into the other. This is how I'd like to do my world building. And I started thinking, how would that work? How would that look? Well, if the Verdant King, the magic he's using, were to do something like this, it would probably take the form of, say, it'd have to do with plants, right? Obviously. So I'm thinking, okay, what if these guys are like, their souls are bound to this ruin, but they can, say, take the form of plants? What if they can indwell plants and use them as their bodies? So maybe we could have like tree knights, conjurers made of wood that like are able to be formed by these kind of guardian spirit things, and that these things can basically guard the ruins themselves. I think that would be fun. So that's what we're doing today. That's how we're going to be doing it. We're going to be working on these guardians of the let's see, what do we call it? The Sylvan Guard, I think, is the word I was thinking of. So we're going to make some concept art for the Sylvan Guard today. I think that's about all I have to say in regards to that. So we're going to start doing the whole art thing now. Hold on, let me turn down the music just a tad. And I'm gonna get stuff together, and I will jump in the voice chat on my Discord here. If my boys want to tune in and hang out, they can come by. But that's what we'll be doing today. We'll be doing the Sylvan Guard. And so, now we need to do a little bit of research. Don't mind this guy. He's part of the artisans. He's another bad guy. We're just using him as a reference for size. So, I'm gonna take a gander at some image searches and see what we can find for inspiration. Hopefully AI art has not ruined the searches I'm going to be doing already, as is a thing that I've been noticing. So many times I do a search and search for references, and it's just like, oh, here's AI slop. It all basically looks the same and really uncreative. And that's just not very helpful. Especially when it's just flat out wrong. We live in a society. Anyways, let's do some searches. I'm probably not going to find much in the Brave search, unfortunately. I see some miniatures that are kind of nice. Maybe I'll take these and save them for later. Let's slap these up on screen. I like the woody armor on this one. That's actually pretty sweet. Let's see, they got more than one from these mini. So obviously they're not going to be elves. We don't have non-human races and creatures. Unless you count the creatures themselves. But, I do not. But they're going to be made out of wood anyways. Oh. That was a rough sneeze. Okay, let's see if we can find anything else. I might actually be able to work on just these. Let's change it up. Let's try Dryad Knight. Okay, that's AI. Damn it. No wonder it doesn't make sense. Okay, yeah, leaf hair, that's definitely a thing we could work with if we need to. I'm not sure if I'd want to go that far. I think having them basically faceless would work best for this kind of thing, since they're supposed to be like antagonists. So having faceless antagonists is kind of a nice thing. Might even like kind of design their heads to be shaped like helmets. Not necessarily that they're wearing helmets. Oh yeah, that looks like AI. Dryad Knight is not turning out to be a very useful search. It's like 90% AI art that's coming up, and it just looks like trash. It's trash. We're getting into some other stuff. I think the human-made stuff might be even less useful, unfortunately. But yeah, the first half of this thing is just stuff like so. Ah yes, wonderful. That is a good face right there. And what is this? I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to be looking at. Is this a weapon? What is this? It's not a staff. It ain't a club. This ain't a staff either. It's long. Don't look like a spear. What the hell is all this? But yeah, that's what a lot of the stuff I'm coming up with is looking like. So we might have to wing it a little bit more than I was hoping. Be nice to have like more of a better armor reference. You know what, I probably should pull up some of the docs and stuff for creatures so I can check out exactly what kind of stuff these guys would be wearing as far as game terms are concerned. I'm thinking they'd probably be wearing fairly heavy armor. Yeah. So the way I've got it is, I'm thinking they'll probably be focused on fitness and sense for their talents, this little faction here. And, looks like the firmer, more metal armors are where you're gonna be getting that particular combination out. We've got a laminar armor, brigandines, boiled leather. Okay, we can work with that if we have like a more ranger-ish, roguish type of design I need. But plate armor is an obvious one. That's fitness and sense. So that's about what I was expecting. So I think we'll be able to just kind of work off of all of that. Then of course melee weapons are their big thing. They have ranged weapons, they'll probably be focusing on bow. Let's see. Staff, spear, scepter, rod, recurve bow. Ah yes, agility, okay. So if they're gonna be having bows, then they're gonna be needing like the opposite. So we can work with that. I probably won't even finish like more than one character today though. We're just gonna get a start on these things. Let's start out drawing just the head. Actually, I should probably change my Twitch category here. There we go. So we like to start out with the head so we can get a basic idea of what the size will be. making stray marks there. Alright. Now this dude's tall and lanky, so we're gonna put the head a little bit down here. Maybe not quite that low. We'll set up a different layer here. And these guys are going to be kind of hunched over. They're basically tree zombies, effectively, so we're gonna treat them as such in some manner. We're just gonna put the basic pose down. I think these guys could stand to be wider. Yeah, that should work. We're gonna make kind of a basic knight type of character here. Or warrior, maybe. So he'll have a shield and a sword. Maybe we should go for something besides a sword, though. I probably want to have like one leg forward, and the other one kind of off to the side. The body is looking a little too big, frankly. Gotta remember the art style is more on the chibi side, since we're working on a kind of Pokemon style thing. And he's leaning forward, so your hands usually go down to mid-thigh. And let's see, wrist is aligned with the crotch typically, but since he's hunched down, his arm should be lower than that. So let's move it up like so. Oh yeah, we gotta do the foot technique. Like so. A little more. Like that. there's the basic foot shape. Honestly though, this should probably be more front facing, which means it's going to be awkward to draw when I actually get to drawing in the details and the footwear. It's always the hard part, is the footwear. Let's give some more definition to the hand here. Gonna be kind of like so. Obviously, hand goes like this. You know what would be easier is if I draw the angle that I want the sword to be in, and then wrap the hand around it. I always be looking for these techniques. So we'll do like so. Here's the handle. Blah blah blah. We'll fix all this stuff later when I actually get into the design part. We're just putting basic shapes down right now. Yeah, his stance is looking alright. Yeah, this kind of bugs me though. We should probably have this so it reads like it's actually facing outward. Let's move this over here. Yeah, that basic body I think is going to work. The main thing we're going to be working on is putting all the creepy little details on this boy. So let's see. Let's merge these layers. Make some opacity here. Because I don't think there's much from this that I really want to continue to use. We're just going to draw on top of this. Most of it's not going to look like that at all. Ooh. Okay, I just searched for wood helmet and it's just like retard helmets. And by that I mean cyclist helmets. Let's see, let's add the term fantasy to that. Ah yes, now we're getting somewhere. Whoops, not that. Alright. Take this down a little bit. I want to give them like branch antlers. Something along those lines. can start with that. Actually, we do like so. Let's duplicate this for the other side because it's basically the same thing. We'll merge those layers so we can kind of work just from that. We could give them like kind of the feathered hair that we had going on. Not feathered, leafy hair. But have it like be part of the helmet, maybe. Instead of being like a open helmet like this, maybe we should do like so. We could have it be like closed. You know what? We don't actually need breathing holes. We could just make it like a kind of gnarled. It might be looking a little too mind flayery. Maybe not. I do feel like the eye holes, eye slits are a little too big. It's like so. I'm thinking this second branch might be a little too much. Oh, now would be a good time to, like, take out the references I had. Right. Probably should just like copy and paste that whole thing, but we'll draw it freehand so it looks a little more organic. So we're gonna have to draw the actual armor on him at some point here. And that point would be now, I think. So we gotta remember that he's got rigid plates. Some of these things we can have kind of intertwined with the armor itself. There we go. Okay, there it is.
Off-brand offspring. Said, hi.
How's it going, off-brand offspring? I'm just over here doodling some concept art for my game. Let's see.
Off-brand offspring. Said, I'm sad. Off-brand offspring. Said, how are you?
Oh, not doing bad. Just real focused right now. Got ideas in my brain and I need to put them on paper. Let's see. Really need a better armor reference. Armor is one of these things where I always have to second guess myself. Never really sure exactly how the articulation functions. It'd be better to have it like so. That should be close enough. Close enough for government work. I think the real question is, how are we going to
Kohate
kind of get the...
said, "What's good, dice?"
Hey, Cohet, how's it going? Just working on civilians here. I'm having dilemmas about how to intertwine the organic parts and the armor parts. I think the branchy beard thingamajig is growing on me. It's looking less and less like Mind Flayer tentacles. Should probably have the arms just be straight up wooden. Now we're gonna make this look correct. If it's armor, then it needs to like open up. Yeah. Now wait, that should be completely opposite. Maybe it would be better if we didn't have like a full-blown gauntlet. It was just kind of covered half. We'll give him like these gnarled, branchy fingers. Alright, I think that works for now. I am starting to like how this guy's coming out. I do want to include some stuff that kind of resembles Viridian Order equipment. So let's bring in the boys. And kind of look at what they've got going on. And maybe we should just mimic Guildhart's armor as far as like the chest plate is concerned. I neglected to turn on the time lapse, dang it. Oh well. Let's see. Let's get just Guildhart up here. Alright, so this should be like the line for the center of his body, or at least the center of the armor. We'll use that as a reference for the actual center points. Huh. We're gonna shrink this up just a tad. Just keep drawing things a little bit too long.
Kohate said, drawing things too long, tell me about it.
Too big, too long. That's like all your art, isn't it, Kohet? Deliberately too long, too big and too long. Let's see.
Kohate said, Kappa.
Alright. You know what? I was gonna give him like chainmail and stuff, but I think I should just forego the chainmail and just put the wooden body in here. We probably could give him like a belt though. We'll give him like a harness for what do you call that? The armor around your legs and whatnot. I forget what it's called. Now I need to actually look up what those look like. What does the leg section of armor look like? The upper leg.
Kohate said, pretty sure it's vaguely leg-shaped.
You don't say. I just want to know how it attaches to the belt. You know what? We can get a little creative with it anyways. We'll continue with the branchy motif. Hopefully Patron can figure out what I'm going for. Because this one might be a little rough. Okay, now it's starting to look like something. Not entirely sure what, but it looks like it's right. And that's the most important thing. Something like so. Alright, how's that look without the sketch? I'm quite liking him. He definitely needs something covering his crotch, though.
Kohate.
Can't let people see
Ed,
that.
Dice, what's the current song that's playing from?
Current song is One Must Fall opening theme.
Kohate. Said, also it looks good. Waist does seem thin though.
Probably. You're probably right about that. I thought you would be into that, though. He is kind of in profile a bit, too. It might have something to do with, like, this here and this here being effectively It doesn't have any kind of depth to it.
Kohate said, "Yee, that's already better."
Yeah. Hmm. Like I was saying at the beginning of the stream about the inspiration for these guys, these are basically going to be like leftover remnants of a previous owner of the Verdant King, which is of course the mythic creature that rules over the place that that we're working on here, the main starting area. And these guys have basically been bound as guardians for some of the ruined sites that you're going to be able to explore. So they're gonna have like all the kinds of equipment and creatures that you might see the Viridian Order use.
Kohate said, "So they're constructs but they also use creatures?"
They're not constructs, they're like human souls that have been bound as protectors. So these were humans once, but now they're basically like tree zombies, you might say.
Kohate said, "I hate the Drew aggro, man."
We'll do the Draugr some other time. These aren't the frost zombies yet. We'll get to them some other time. Actually, if I have time, I might try working on that little faction too. With the
Kohate
the White Wraith
said,
and the Knights of
"Hogchat."
Everwhite. Because they are definitely kind of a similar concept. Well, I'm working on one, I might as well get a start on the other. If I got time. So a lot of the weirder stuff in this setting is definitely going to be tied to mythic creatures and their kind of shenanigans, or the things they can teach conjurers. This will be a good thing to throw at the players, especially if one of them's like a Viridian Order member. They're out, investigating some kind of, ruined site. And you throw one of these things at them, and it can have all kinds of things to say about the usurpers of the Sylvan Throne and what has happened to the king who's stolen him. You can have all kinds of little role-playing details. And when each side pulls out the Kree and summons it, all kinds of hilarity can ensue. Notice that the best thing about these guys is I can do whatever the hell I want with their feet. But yeah, go ahead. You're gonna have to like go back and watch the VOD on this one when I first started, because I was detailing how I went about using the doing the solo campaign stuff that I've been doing. I think I might do a stream just of me playing the game with myself sometime, just to show off how I'm able to do it. Because you can't just freehand it with the
phrasing LMAO.
Yeah, phrasing, yeah. I caught myself.
Kohate said, but that would be interesting.
Yeah, like I was saying, you can't just quite leave it all to an AI, because AIs are stupid, especially the free ones. But I've got some techniques I use to kind of mitigate that. Basically, I let the dice decide like all the challenging things, and then I just use the AI to fill in the gaps. And then I got a simplified combat system. Usually it's supposed to be used for just like real easy encounters that you don't want to break out an entire map for. But when you're playing solo, you can definitely use that instead. It's still pretty functional. Whoop.
Kohate said, if you did a how to use AI to run a RP campaign video, that'd probably be gangbusters on the OLYT.
Maybe. I'm gonna have to kind of like brush up on some of the ways people have used or done AI or solo campaigns before. Because I'm kind of using like a watered down version of a system I found for the dice, like way back in the day. Well, it wasn't way back in the day, it was a while back. I think they call it the Oracle. It's basically just the way I've been doing it is if I have a question about something, instead of asking the AI, I just roll a dice. I keep it to yes or no questions. Then if there's any kind of potential danger I might be walking into, I'll roll the dice about that. And then I will tell the AI what the dice rolled, and it's kind of, I gave it some simple instructions to just how it should react based on what the dice say. Because if I don't give it any instructions, it'll basically give me an easy way out of every situation it puts me in, which just ain't fun. We definitely need to come up with like a cool shield design here. First we can add like a little...
Kohate said, hit that oak tree stump button.
Oak tree stump. Well, you mean like Thor and Oakenshield? Actually, Battle Brothers has a cool special shield that's like made out of living wood that you can get. Let me look that up. Yeah, Battle Brothers wiki. Not very big. Yeah, we could kind of mimic the shape of this.
Kohate said, I have no knowledge of anyone not in the Creature's Codex, but also, that is a neat shield.
It is a pretty neat shield. The special things about these shields in Battle Brothers is that they heal themselves over time. Because one of the strategies you use against people who have shields is to break their shields. They hack them to pieces with axes or something. So having a shield that you can't just hack into pieces is kind of nice. Let's see. I should probably put this on a new layer, now that I think about it. So I'll do like so. Probably be a little bit lower. And we can just add some like gnarled stuff to it.
Hello.
Hey, Evergrade. How's it going? I be doing good. We're just working on some creatures villains here.
That's good to hear. It's been a long week, but I'm doing all right now that the weekend's here.
Weekend saves everything.
Yeah. The sad, if only it didn't end.
Yeah. I've been hitting the jackpot recently, and they've been giving me weekends off like every week.
That's good. That's good to hear. I have a consistent schedule, but one slight downside is that there are hardly any holidays in between. Maybe just two for around Thanksgiving and Christmas. I'm actually not sure. I know there was New Year's, but that got canceled because people were upset that a store was closed on New Year's. The gall! How could you do that?
How could you close for a holiday?
What?
Don't people have anything better to do on a holiday than go shopping?
Apparently not. Then again, our customers tend to be a little odd, but that, like, how do I? Yeah, I shouldn't say anything. Anyway, overall, my week wasn't too bad. I was just kind of anxious for most of it. Thankfully, that, like I said, that ended today. That's over today, so I'm mostly relaxed. And just doodling a bit since I realized that when I get stressed, one thing happens is that I hyper focus in the worst way, and it feels like I've only been doing 4 things this whole week, even for leisure activities with these. So it leaves me feeling a little off.
Well, I lost my Pal World save, so I had to rebuild from scratch this week.
I still need to start Pal World. I've been a little out of it, but I'll grab the game. It actually, especially since I'll be kind of busy the next 2 weeks or so, but it won't be hectic, and it looks pretty easy to jump in and out of.
Yeah, it's not like one of the things I hate about playing RPGs is that if you don't play them for a while, you come back in and it's like, what the hell was I doing?
Yeah, I was thinking about that and thinking about part of how Pal World struck it big is that it had the catchable monsters aspect, but unlike a lot of games that are similar to Pokemon, it didn't copy the RPG thing.
Yeah.
Because Pokemon is an exception to the rule. RPGs are not normie friendly, and even with gamers, it's gonna be your main game you have to play for a while if you want to make decent progress.
Yeah, that's one of the kind of problems I have with Pokemon is I would like Pokemon more if there was no story. Like, I don't freaking care. The stories are never particularly great anyways when it comes to Pokemon. So I just do it to, like, I speedrun the main part of the game and then just play post-game content. But post-game content has been sucking recently.
Yeah, I actually kind of like the story in Pokemon, but I don't think. But that's partly because I think I kind of probably compare it to some other RPGs, and Pokemon's campaign is relatively short.
Yeah, that's kind of why it's tolerable.
Yeah, do agree. The post game's kind of been a problem. Like, geez, I think since Gen 5, and they've kind of, I don't know, like at least in the base game, they've been trying with the DLC, but it feels kind of awkward. Where I remember Sword and Shield feels a little tacked on, and from what I know, but I still need to try out Scarlet and Violet, and the DLC. It's weird because I know the bulk of the story is finished in the main game, and the DLC kind of continues one main aspect, which makes it feel more interconnected, but you're technically paying to finish the rest of the story.
Yeah.
I assume that's not a major problem since I haven't seen it come up, but I have to be fair and still consider that an issue.
Well, the latest Pokemon games I think have more issues than that, so
it's probably a lighter issue.
Yeah, I would say there are definitely bigger problems for people to complain about, if they're going to complain.
Yeah.
Like how the game just looks like trash.
Yeah.
Even a decade into 3D graphics.
Yeah, Game Freak never made the jump to console gaming well. And not to say that I think that up to DS level, the game still looked pretty good. Looking back, I think my main problem was that the 3D models for the Pokemon might have just been a little too detailed because the games I recall the games kind of struggling with the frame rate.
I think they still do that.
Yeah, they still do. Yeah, they still do that. But for a 3D console, I think they looked better. Other than the models looking kind of washed out, color-wise. And I guess I don't mind it as much because I mostly avoided the worst aspect of it in Sun and Moon, where they had that little demo where you did the 4x1, the 1v1v1v1 battle, which was genuinely the worst lag I've ever seen in a video game. Admittedly, my point of reference is pretty small for like bad lag, but it was near slideshow.
Yeah.
Game Freak's never been very good at optimizing their games, but I maintain that that part was definitely a low.
It definitely, like, this whole thing with Power World shows, like, how much Pokemon has been crippling itself by sticking to Nintendo consoles.
No, I don't think that's entirely the case. I admit it's part of it, but a lot of Nintendo games look better and run better.
I'm not talking about the game and the frame rate and graphics and stuff like that. I'm talking like the way it's made, the way you have to have a new release every so often to keep up with the consoles, and any new content basically has to be either a DLC or it has to be a completely new game in and of itself. And then also, like, the way they have it set up with the Pokemon Company, they gotta make, like, their 2 versions for everything, because they gotta nickel and dime the fan base so hard.
Yeah.
Like, it's getting bad.
Yeah. I kind of... not that I disagree, but I also blame that on, like, industry standards, like, the issue of, like, having to make more profits every year forever compared to the last.
Oh yeah, it's also the fact that,
said, in this world it's nickel and dime or be nickel and dimed.
It's the fact that the Pokemon Company is not Game Freak, too.
Yeah.
They are kind of at the mercy of the rest of the owners of the company. So it's, you gotta put out a new generation. We need to keep the card game going. We need new content for the card games. Anime is coming to an end on this season. We need another thing for the next season. We gotta keep that going and everything.
Yeah.
Like, you can't sustain that really without cutting corners.
Yeah, I don't want to say Game Freak is blameless, but I think at least some of the problems would be mitigated if they were given some more time, because it's just like it just seems like an endless grind.
Yeah, well, that's part of the issue that I was bringing up with what I was saying, is that they just have to constantly put stuff out because the other merchandise stuff is asking for content, and they don't get to just make new content on their own. They have to have Game Freak make it, I believe. That's probably part of their deal, because Game Freak makes the main games and the new designs, and everybody else gets to leech off of that.
Yep. Since Pal World came up, I'm kind of surprised other big companies have never tried the catchable monster genre. And like
such as
I don't know. I think I remember the biggest competitor Pokemon had, and I'm pretty sure it was designed to be a competitor, was Digimon. It's still around, but never made it as. It's probably just a case of quantity versus quality, because I think Digimon kind of faded away, and it's still around, but not as prevalent.
Yeah, I'm not even sure Digimon was created specifically for that. Because Digimon started out as like those Tamagotchi things. You know what I mean? You remember those?
Actually, I'm just learning that. I should be completely honest. My main exposure to Digimon was the anime series. I didn't know they had video games for a while.
Oh yeah, the first Digimon thing I remember was the Tamagotchis, and I'm pretty sure that's where it began. You should look that one up. Let me Google it.
The Digimon franchise began as a series of virtual pets created by Wiz and
Kohei
Bandai, intended as a masculine
The Digimon
counterpart
video
to the
games
more
have always been
female-oriented
pretty great
Tamagotchi.
NGL.
Kohet thinks the Digimon video games have been good.
Said, much better than anything else related to Digimon.
Believe you. I'll believe you. I just rarely see any of them, because I recall one was designed similar compared to Persona, and another recent one was more of a visual novel experience. Let me see the video.
Here's the original Digimon for you.
This is where it all started.
I had 3 of those things as a kid.
Said, do you date the Pokemon in the Visnov?
I don't know if I may have had a Tamagotchi. I don't remember. I did used to have. There were these blocks that had these small people in them. You'd be able to press buttons and have them interact with them. And if you tilted the angle, the guys would fall down. And if you attached the blocks together, they'd interact with each other. I guess that kind of counts.
That sounds familiar. I'm not entirely sure what that was, but
yeah, it'd make a damn it, a beeping sound every time something happened.
Alright, Koha, what do you mean, do you date the Pokemon in the visual novel? I'm not familiar with
the Digimon I meant he means. Let me double check.
There's a Digimon visual novel?
Yeah, I remember this one.
Said, I meant the Digimon asterisk.
I can find it.
Oh.
It might have been.
Said, look,
let's
they're
see.
all the same.
I think it.
They're not all the same, Kohet.
I mean, you never know.
We might have to turn Geronimo off again. Kohet's gonna insist on talking through the chat instead of coming in.
Yeah. On that note, they could be the same. You don't play Monster Collectors for their consistent art direction, do you?
Which one?
Any. Well, you wouldn't play Digimon for its consistent art direction. Because I like Digimon, but in some points you have animals, and in other cases you have Gundramon.
I would suggest that is the art style. Koha says, I'm a chat hooligan and no one can stop me. Well then, we just won't have Geronimo on. So we can read your chats at leisure.
Once more, I am reminded that Gundramon exists. The most American Digimon.
Digimon is consistently inconsistent, he says.
Yes. There is a reason for that, since they're made of data, but it does feel kind of like a comic book where it's just a lot of guys thinking of some random cool stuff they can throw in.
Yeah, I think that's kind of why what turned me off of Digimon as far as like anime and stuff was concerned. That
Yeah.
and like the way they do their Digivolutions, kind of weird to me.
I loved it as a kid, but it looks really cheap now, where they just spin around in an empty 3D space.
I'm mostly just talking about the fact that like it's a temporary transformation. I prefer the Pokemon thing where it's like a life cycle.
Not going to talk about Mega Evolutions.
Those came much later.
Yeah, I'm joking.
That's more like Super Saiyans.
Yeah. Came and went.
I was just tweeting at them today, the Pokemon Twitter page, is one of their things popped up on my timeline, and it's like, oh, this new Pokemon has a Terastal form. And I'm like, oh, you mean like Mega Evolutions? So it's not actually like Terastalization, which is basically the same thing for every Pokemon where they all turn crystal, but it's actually just like a Mega Evolution, but it's not actually a Mega Evolution because you scrap that, even though you want to reuse the mechanic and call it something different.
Pretty much. Was that for one of the new legendaries?
Yeah, the turtle thing.
Okay, because I'll give exception to that because it is a legendary. Because overall, that's one thing I like about Terrestrialization. It's not like Mega Evolution or Gigantamaxing where they just pick a few lucky ones to get the super form and everyone else gets left out in the dust. Mostly. The exceptions to them are legendary, so it's still okay, it's still the same, but it makes at least makes sense. In a sense.
It's still the same, it's just slightly less egregious.
Actually, yeah, that's a good way to put it. One thing I did like was presenting the I don't know exactly how it works now in competitive, but just presenting the possibility of Pokemon that are pretty much that could be good, but are neutered by their like 4 times weakness to get some sort of different edge. Type-wise.
Bro, that's why Creatures doesn't have double weaknesses and stuff.
Yeah.
It gets too broken.
Yeah. That was one thing I thought, like, I was playing through Legends. I need to get back to that. One thing I kind of liked and kind of hoping Game Freak changes one day. I liked that however they tweaked it, the Pokemon in that game hit decently hard, even when they were somewhat lower level than you. But the weaknesses could be pretty devastating. So sometimes feels like get one shot or be one shot.
Yeah, that's how it feels in a lot of competitive Pokemon.
Yeah, I mainly just want them to tone down how damaging weaknesses are. If they need to nerf resistances to balance that, then that's reasonable, because I know stall tactics can be kind of infamous.
Go ahead, says Digimon was way ahead of its time. Game Freak is only just now getting to temporary evolutions. Well, they got to it like a decade ago.
Yeah, they're just getting to it.
But you know, they keep trying to reinvent the wheel because they're retarded.
They need a new gimmick to sell.
They always got to sell the gimmicks. That's one of the things that kind of bugs me about a lot of Nintendo games, is that everything has to have a gimmick.
Yeah, they're always. I don't know if it's they're neurotic about it, but they always try to have want to have some big new big twist to justify a game's existence. Usually,
Yeah.
and I know like it's just that it's their game like their gameplay philosophy philosophy like why does this exist and why does it exist and why would we want a sequel to it? I remember that's the reason F-Zero never gets a sequel because the devs of mind of the devs, probably mainly Miyamoto, but I'm sure other people share this if it hasn't happened yet. They they can't seem they have so much trouble figuring out what to do for a sequel because they think they've done everything with it.
I don't think it's possible to really do everything you can with a game in one go.
Yeah, well, F-Zero, there is an excuse with it. It's just the way that it explains is the problem, because F-Zero's had a few tries. They've genuinely tried to add new things and make it more popular. They even got Sega to make the last game that came out in the 2000s. The problem was that the games didn't sell very well. Like, the sales kept dipping, and they probably weren't financial flops because Nintendo's one of you. Even though they're a big company, Nintendo usually doesn't need to sell too much to break even on stuff. But I imagine they'd want an upward trajectory in sales in some way.
Probably.
Yeah, so that's what I imagine one reason is, but they never mention that. They say that the reason is that they can't figure out what to do with the gameplay. And I believe it, but if a game was ever greenlit, it would probably be like Metroid, where if they really wanted to do it, they'd have to market it so hard, and it probably wouldn't even get insane sales, just more than the last few entries. There's that reminds me of Star Fox, which is like one of three franchises of Nintendo's that's had the unique issue of changing too much. And I can't figure out exactly why, because they tend to stick with Star Fox 64 and just keep revolving everything around that. And then they make really drastic changes. Even from the start, the first game is a rail shooter where you can choose different planets on a map, and the second, it's more of a okay, I need to start from the beginning. The first game, you choose different planets on a map, but it's a path. You start at planet 1, you can go to planet 2 or 3, and then it branches out a bit until you get to the final planet. So you have a few different paths to the end. The second game is weird. It's Star Fox 2, which never officially released until they had their retro SNES console, and eventually re-released it on Switch, where I played it probably longer than I thought I did. It's got a map, but instead of going through it on a single path, your R-Wing is in a mini form, and you're essentially able to free roam. There's also a timer aspect where the main planet Corneria is constantly under attack by missiles and ships, and you have to make sure to intercept the missiles and ships so they don't blow it up.
Mm-hmm.
You have to go to the planets where the missiles are being launched from, and you have to watch out for interceptions from enemies that are flying to attack you, and you have to manage all that with the timer going on. The second you start moving after you plan things out, the time on the map moves, and enemies are either going to go after the planet or go after you. And you have to clear things out until you have time to confront the final boss, and everything's at peace. you go from a rail shooter to that. And I love Star Fox 2, but it's a kind of a sign of things to come when you go from that to back to the rail shooter, which is a remake of the original Star Fox. Then it's essentially 3D graphics, which looked amazing for the time, and still have a charm to them, even though technically I know there are problems with with Gen 5 polygons. And then after that, well, okay. I gotta look up how this came about. Oh yeah, for some reason, Star Fox Adventure happened, which was essentially Shigeru Miyamoto seeing a game that was being made by Rare, Dinosaur Planet. That is the same Rare that created Banjo-Kazooie and made Donkey Kong essentially what it was, forming the basis for the franchise and making a lot of his biggest games. Anyway, Miyamoto saw their game, Dinosaur Planet. It convinced Rare to remake it as a Star Fox game. And it was a third-person action-adventure title.
And it created a bunch of furries.
Thank you, Crystal.
Yeah, I've seen the JonTron video.
Yep. So you go from that to that. Miyamoto see pretty much... I don't want to say on a whim, but it seems like such a random choice for Star Fox. Yeah, then you go from that to Star Fox Assault, which... Oh, wait. Oh, wait, I think this was made by Namco. Was this made by... Yeah, it says Namco. I think it was... Yeah, before they became Bandai Namco. So that gameplay... Like, I didn't mention this, but Adventures, I believe, had some short R-Wing sections. Assault actually has three different sections, which is balanced around some R-Wing flying, driving the Landmaster tank, or going on foot. So it's a mix of all three. And as far as I can tell, I don't think there's a big focus on the original space rail shooting section.
I'm starting to think I've done enough here for Patron to work with. Might be time to move on to something else.
Patron going back to the creature's mind.
You seeing the stream?
I see him.
What do we think?
Good. Very ominous. I know he's in armor, but he kind of looks like a wood monster with the mask covering up his face and all the branches.
Oh, he is a wood monster.
Oh, well, you were extremely effective.
You missed the lore explanation. This is the soul of a human who has been commandeered to guard an area.
Oh.
And he was basically a member of the Viridian Order, but from a previous owner of the Verdant King. So he's like their version, the ancient version of the Viridian Order.
Oh,
so we're gonna have guys like this basically guarding the ruins that you would find around that area. So they will have like their own equipment that resembles Viridian Order stuff, and then they'll have the same kind of creatures that they'll use. But they'll basically be like undead tree people.
Okay. They'll be the ones that held the creatures before.
Yeah. So yeah, tree monster. That is what I'm going for.
Okay, that's perfect.
And then let's see. I have some of this. I have these guys. Ooh, he big.
Is that how big they are normally?
That's about the right size. A little bigger than a person.
Okay.
Where's the last one? There's a middle stage.
I was thinking that was a sudden jump.
See, it's an S. There's the S's. Ah, there he is. Oh, come on.
Don't give up. I believe in you, Dice.
Like so. So he'll have like one of these guys. And maybe another one. Let's see. We also got... We got a few woody guys that could aesthetically match these kind of things.
You mean the construct creatures? Or...
Plant-based ones.
Okay. Because I remember there was a wood-based one that looked like a trunk with some steel on it.
Yeah. Now we got these guys, and then these two little guys.
Ah! I remember them.
They have much to choose from. They could have multiple creatures if you want to make it like a big boss fight that they can summon all at once.
How many creatures can one person have on hand?
4 at once, but that's at their max level of capacity.
I assume you start with one?
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And usually, when I'm building a character, getting extra capacity is kind of the first thing I go for. Because what do you do if you catch a new one, and you can't even use it right away? That's kind of boring.
Yeah.
Let's see. Where's the other guy? He does seem a little short. Like, the other guy's supposed to be tall, but he's also hunching over. Maybe he should be more like so. That'll probably work.
Sure.
I like him.
Cool.
Let's save this guy.
Maybe you should make like a tree and leaf. He's barking up the wrong tree.
But he is a tree.
He's the root of the problem.
There we go. Give him a nice crop.
A little bit off the top. There we go.
see, I got another hour before I usually want to get off, but let's see. We can make the Knights of Everwhite next.
Another faction?
Yeah. Another one
They,
kind of like this, where somebody's been corrupted by magic. These
Nice.
guys would be like an example of when a mythic conjurer has a bad relationship with his creature, and it decides it doesn't want to be his creature anymore. But can't really do much about it because it's bound by magic, so it has to take other measures, such as becoming the master.
Got his own trainer.
I'd like to actually put the time lapse on this one.
Sure.
We gotta get the right proportions though. We'll use him as a base for our proportions.
Is the next character going to be the same size?
Pretty much, somewhere around there. It'll be kind of a similar style. Like an undead frost zombie soldier guy.
Oh, that would be fun.
Means I should probably look up some examples.
Examples of ice?
Yeah, things like that. Knights, Lich Kings.
That was my first thought.
Let's see. Well, you definitely get Lich King when you type in Lich King.
Are you sure? Do it again.
No AI stuff as far as I can tell. Ooh, I do got an idea for equipment. And I'm trying to think of conversation topics, but I'm literally just like coming up with Pow World, Pow World, Pow World.
I do need to play Pal World, yes.
Yeah.
So I'll just go on about, finish off what I was going on with. So Star Fox.
Star Fox.
Rail shooter. Then unreleased time management game with dogfighting. 3D rail shooter. 2D action adventure with some R-Wings flight sections. Next, 2D action adventure, flight sections, and tank battles. Back to back to Star Fox 2 gameplay with Star Fox Command, which had about, as far as I can tell, it had a similar gameplay gameplay style to Star Fox 2, where there's a map and wait. The overworld-like map mode is where the player takes command of several ships. Those used to get ships into the battle mode is essentially a simple turn-based strategy game. Okay, so you manage a bunch of ships with the lower screen and have them fight.
Yeah, it sounds
And
like
when they-
Star Fox likes to dabble in strategy elements.
It kind of, it bounces around, because then they went back to Star Fox Zero, which had them reboot Star Fox 64, the series around Star Fox 64, with a few new elements, and is probably a good place to complain about gimmicks, because Nintendo tried to implement the Wii U gamepad into this, and it was very awkward to say the least.
Yeah, the gimmicks also trickle down to their whole consoles.
Yeah, the Switch's gimmick is simple, because then you just have a second screen you have to project onto if people choose to use it.
Yeah, the Switch is basically it can be a handheld or a main console. It's not like super out there compared by Nintendo standards.
The
Like,
main gimmick isn't. There's other stuff you can do with the Joy-Cons, but they're niche, and they're not the first thing they make as the selling point.
They're basically Wiimotes anyways, which is something they've already done.
Yeah, I think they're a bit better, like with detection, but of course they have the drift, and I want the drift to be fixed if they lean into Switch 2, but I also want the gyroscopes in the Joy-Cons to be fixed, because it's not as infamous, but when you swing them around, the sensor, like, imagine a Wii remote, and when you swing it, the sensor shifts a bit. Because instead of having a control bar on the TV to monitor things, it's directly in the controller. So there's less room to work around, but you're probably going to want to reset it periodically, so you're not pointing at the screen and the reticle is all the way on the end to the left because you swung that hard.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much my only hope. Having that happen is pretty much my only hope for a Pokemon Ranger success for in the future. Anyway, yeah, that's Star Fox. Bouncing around all over. You mentioned strategy, and Star Fox actually had a tower defense game on Wii U too. Bundled with Star Fox Zero for some reason. And it's actually pretty good, because you do have to use the gamepad to manage it, but it feels a bit like a discount DS/3DS concept, where you are looking up and down, and I believe you use the second screen to manage where your vision is on each of the towers, and you look up to attack. So it makes a bit more sense, and it's not super hectic until later levels.
Okay.
Television displays footage from the security cameras, while the gamepad features the overhead view of the base. Yeah, so you use the gamepad to select your turret where you can see enemies, and you use the main screen to shoot at them. It was actually a pretty good game, and I don't think they do. Actually, tower defense is kind of hard to do off of a computer, I think, unless you make it something weird. Sort of like how Pikmin is an RTS game, but they get around selecting units by having one unit leading an army. Oh yeah, interestingly
I'm
enough.
pretty sure Tower Defense was born on PC.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
I'm pretty sure it came from Warcraft free mods, much like League of Legends.
Are you sure? Because tower defense doesn't suck. I mean, Dota came from Warcraft mods. League came from Warcraft mods.
I distinctly remember Tower Defense maps on Warcraft.
Okay. That's interesting. I regret to say that for some reason, with tower defense, I tend to think of the balloons mini games on the phones.
Balloons? Just balloons?
Yeah.
I've seen a number of VTubers playing that, but I never tried it myself. It looks goofy.
It is. You're a monkey throwing darts at balloons and popping them. And it wasn't originally a tower defense. There wasn't originally any tower defense. It's just targeting and hitting the balloons and getting the right arc. Does it definitely make sense for a mobile game?
So it says, I don't know, Dice, he's got you there. Got me where? I don't know what you're referring to. We're gonna have this guy wielding a freaking axe.
Balloons is the tower defense game. It's very deep and engaging. 10 out of 10. I highly recommend. I'm not happy that you're saying that, Koeth, because you could easily be sarcastic or completely genuine, and I don't know what to do with this uncertainty. I hope you're happy.
I think he's serious. A lot of people really like balloons.
I'm sure. Yeah, because it's kind of easy to believe because it seems like the kind of game that you could write off, but you actually really like it. Let me see. What's the tower defense I liked to play that maybe I'll get back into it one day. Where is it? Oh yeah, Kingdom Rush. Played this game for hours. I just stopped because I wasn't able to get good enough to do everything without losing health. Because the game gets really tough near the end. Still fun.
I'm drawing a hand, so if I'm silent, that's why.
You've just given me a dangerous proposition. The ability to talk about random nonsense. Going back to an earlier topic. One fun fact regarding Star Fox: it actually showed up in another spacefaring game called Starlink Battle for Atlas, a Toys to Life game that you can apparently buy just about the whole game digitally without worrying about the toys.
Toys to Life?
Yeah.
Is that,
Ubisoft,
are we talking like Skylanders or something?
Yeah, Skylanders, Amiibo. Ubisoft tried to dabble in that. I don't think it went particularly well, but it actually had interestingly, it actually had some pretty good Star Fox DLC.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I believe this was happening around the time that Nintendo somehow allowed Mario plus Rabbids to happen. So it actually makes a lot of sense they do that while they were close.
I am gonna need a reference for this hand. No doubt, no doubt.
If only you had hands to reference.
I don't have anything to grab a hold of right now.
So he's holding on to a pole.
It's an axe.
Are you telling me you don't have an axe lying right next to you in case you need it at the computer?
No, and my longsword is in a different room.
Gotcha. I've only got my trusty writing implement.
What is this?
As they say, the pen is mightier than the sword.
Search for Axe Knight over here, and like first thing I see is like a ripoff of Ram Man from He-Man.
Axe Knight. I got the Kirby enemy Axe Knight.
There's a Kirby enemy called Axe Knight.
Yeah, can you guess what he does?
Oh wait, I see him. He's the guy with the skull.
Yep.
Is the skull a mask, and underneath he's just another Kirby of a different color?
He could be, but since he's never taken off his face, I'm going to assume not. That's definitely the case with Meta Knight, though. His mask has popped off a few times.
I am aware of Meta Knight. And the fact that he's just a Kirby that's edgier.
Yeah.
He's basically like Shadow the Hedgehog.
Pretty much. Classic dark counterparts. Just be the good guys, but with a new color scheme and edge. There are so many of them in video games, but they're fun. Even if they can get a little silly.
Yeah, well, there's a reason they keep getting used.
If it works, it works.
Alright, so here we go. Have the thumb like kind of like so. Holy hell, I hate this.
I think the main problem is... I think it's his arm or his forearm. Okay.
I think also his other arm is not long enough.
Just a little longer, I think.
Your wrist is typically about level with the crotch. And he's kind of leaning forward, so it should be further down than that.
Gotcha.
Probably shouldn't worry too much about the specifics of the anatomy because he's going to be decked out in armor anyways, but gotta get the basics.
It'll be a stylistic choice.
And we do the connect the dots here. I neglected to do this before.
Oh yeah, that. Building the skeleton.
Like the segment on Pee-wee's Playhouse. Connect the dots, la 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 la. Connect the dots, la 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 la.
I'm afraid I'm behind. I'm devastatingly behind on my Pee-wee's Playhouse lore.
That's one of the games he plays with the magic screen when he goes into virtual reality. That's not really virtual reality because Pee-wee is like magical stuff. And talking chairs.
So who is Pee-wee, and what type of plays does he make in this house of his?
Pee-wee... he just has fun.
Finally, a character I can relate to.
Yeah, he has all kinds of like puppet characters in his house.
Does he pilot the puppets, or are they Muppets that do things on their own?
They're like Muppets. But they all have weird things that they do. Like he's got two of them that are just chairs. They're chairs with faces. One of them's called Cherry. And I don't know what the other one's name is because it never talks and it's like a dog. But that's the one that Cowboy Curtis sits in. Most of the time.
Oh. Okay.
Cowboy Curtis is a black cowboy. That one of Pee-wee's best buddies.
Is he a puppet, or...
He's not a puppet, he's a real person.
He's a real boy. Good for him.
He's a real boy. And he does tricks with his magic lasso.
Oh, I see.
Which is basically just 80s special effects. So, very impressive, I assure you.
Who knows? I'm sure they're better than modern special effects.
Holy fudge. I need to actually take a picture of my hand. Because this is just awful.
It's closer than before.
It's closer than before, but something's wrong.
Yeah, it's... You know something's wrong, but you can't get it right. You can't figure out what exactly.
It's a freaking thumb. And also the angle of the fingers. That's getting closer.
There we go.
Not quite right, but it's better. Maybe I should just leave it like this and let Patrick make this.
I thought the same thing, but I didn't want to say it.
Might be close enough.
Hey, that's what we're going for. Close enough.
When I go back and get the clean line art back and I have to color it again, I can always make edits then, and I can take a reference picture then.
Take a picture of your hand.
There we go. That'll work.
Good to me. Now he just needs his second leg.
Nah.
A one-legged warrior. I love it.
With his battle wheelchair.
He just no, he hops around on one leg. Dex, he maxed out his dex.
That's too much like the Black Knight from Monty Python. We might get in trouble for plagiarism if we have Black Knights running around with missing limbs.
No, he'll just have one limb missing. Now, if now his special move is that if you cut off all his limbs, a lawyer arrives at the player's house and sues them for copyright infringement, making him an unbeatable boss if you're poor.
I need to actually like put some 3D-ness to this foot. Looked like I was looking underneath the foot there for a second. There we go. That should work. Maybe. Maybe not. One of the main things I'm gonna have to worry about with these kinds of guys is like how much do I lean on creature mechanics for humanoid enemies.
They're humans that have been taken over / reanimated by the creatures they once controlled, right?
Effectively, kind of like that. They're under the influence of powerful magic.
What kind of magic can a normal person do compared to what a creature can do when they're alive?
They can do a lot of stuff, just they require creature essence in order to do it.
Okay. And you don't just want them to be like you don't want them to just be stronger versions of player characters, right?
Yeah, I'm thinking they'll probably at least have like a weakness and resistance, like creatures do.
Okay, that makes sense. You could have that based off of the creature that's controlling them.
Well, these other guys, obviously going to be plant types. These guys are mostly gonna be like ice and undead.
Sense to me. I assume he's carrying an ice spear.
It's an axe.
Actually,
It's an axe.
an ice axe.
Nice
Pardon me.
axe. Yeah, I think I want the axe to be kind of. I'm gonna make the blades for their weapons like have like a metal core, and then the edges will be ice. I think that'll look cool.
You mean a metal handle or?
Now, like this part. Will be metal here. And then they'll have like so. And this part will be like ice here.
Oh. Okay. That is not just that is cool. You get it? Because it's made of ice.
Because it's cold.
Because ice is cold. Otherwise it'll melt. It'll
We
be water. It won't be
Definitely
cool.
need like a better design for the axe, though. It's looking
You
kind
want
of
to
dumb.
make it like you want to make it a like a jagged axe, like I guess frozen water, or like a real like a sharp, sort of like smooth and sharp like glass.
Probably want to have some jaggedness to it, at least on some parts.
Maybe like ice, maybe like an icicle. At least for the shape, because
Thinking more
Nice
about
quote.
the shape of the main part. Like
I
just
see what-
having this kind of boring. Maybe make it angular.
Maybe you could make a point at the tip of it.
Yeah, probably something along those lines.
A little more visual variety.
Now it's clear that the head is not quite in perspective.
Is the blade frozen onto the axe, or is it part of it?
It's like frozen onto it.
Okay.
Well, it's got the core part here, and then the rest is like magical ice projecting away from it.
Okay, I got it.
Might help if I turned the layer off of that guy, so I could actually see what I'm doing.
Maybe.
Then we can give it something in the back here. Balance it out.
Looks good to me.
Hmm.
What you thinking?
Trying to think of something to talk about.
Oh, I have other things to talk about. I was worried about distracting you.
Nah, that's not likely
Okay.
to happen.
Okay. Let me ask. Have you been? Do you keep up with One Piece out of curiosity?
No.
Why not?
Because I was never fond of the aesthetics or the concept of superpowered pirates.
Hmm. The second part surprises me more than the first, because I like One Piece, and to this day I'm somewhat baffled by its popularity with the art style it has.
Yeah, their style is kind of goofy as hell too.
It's very, very much so. I like that it's something different getting popular. Like, but I'm not surprised. But I'm very surprised by how much other people enjoy it, because I'm the type who can get into some pretty weird and niche stuff.
Yeah, it's another one of those things that might describe as consistently inconsistent.
Yes, I agree. At the moment, it is at 1,105 chapters.
Insane.
Yep. I still can't believe it made it this far. Allegedly, we're getting super duper extra close to the end. And I'm actually kind of inclined to believe it, but I see no signs that that it's going to end within a decade. There actually has been some really interesting stuff going on, because One Piece has a lot of lore, but some major lore has only been hinted at, and a bulk of it is finally getting addressed in the latest arc.
Yeah, you kind of have to have a lot of lore when you go on for so long.
Yeah, very much. There's a reason one of the things people say they like most about One Piece is the world building. Which really, I do think it works, though. It has a unique trick where there is a lot of good world building, but a lot of the places are on separate islands. You are on separate islands, so they're pretty much their own ecosystems. So the author has a good amount of freedom on what they can do with on there.
Go ahead, it says One Piece is a labor of love and people are willing to deal with its idiosyncrasy to enjoy the labor.
Yes, I will say the anime is much more laborious. I can barely watch anime just because reading the manga is so much faster. And One Piece is an anime that has things dragged out for a series that's that's just hit 1,100 chapters recently.
That's why I stopped watching Bleach and Naruto, which used to be my jam. It just got so slow paced, especially Bleach. Bleach was At the time I dropped Bleach, they had been on this one arc where they went into it. They're like, okay, we're going into the Hollow World, and we got like 24 hours to get in, get our friend, get out. And 1 year later, they were still there. At that point, I was like, okay, this dude making this thing needs to be put on a time clock. Come
don't you
on,
love it
man.
when they say we have to, when you have like an absurd amount of stuff happening at once and it's within a day.
Yeah. He's out here like giving big fights to side characters, and it's like, dude, can you finish the arc? Save the war for later. You can have a war after they get out. Come on.
Man, I kept up with the manga for One Piece. Like, I stopped. Man, I know what happens, but I barely remember what I was reading, because I was reading it and I just stopped at like the final arc where they finally stopped the main villain, who definitely totally had a plan for everything. And that was at that point that it ended, which felt like it should have been the end, but of course it wasn't, because there was one last arc, which, from what I can tell, is a very long last arc for some reason. That basically made the MC part something else, because that's the main twist of a lot of shonen. You were part X the whole time.
Even One Piece do that? What is Luffy part? Is he really part monkey?
You're joking, but that actually did happen. The release of, you were doing action. You thought you were doing this, but you were actually doing that all along. It's a secret power.
I'm actually not surprised.
Do you want me to say it? Because you got a big audience. I don't want to spoil it for everyone.
Kohet is guessing he's part plant.
Okay, Kohet, if you're still watching, I'm gonna give you a minute to tune out, because I'm sure you're super into One Piece lore and definitely hate spoilers. Okay. Here's what happened. Have you heard the One Piece rap from 4Kids where Luffy ate the gum fruit? And
no, but I know about the fruit.
Yeah. Well, it says I will literally never watch One Piece. Lol. You might read it though, which I do recommend if you ever consider it and have a lot of time on your hand. Anyway, that part was actually incorrect. The gum fruit is supposed to allegedly turns him into a rubber man, which is to say he's still a person, but his body has features of rubber. Except it turns out that's not the case.
He was rubber the whole time.
No. He ate... You see, Luffy's fruit was thought to be a paramecia, which is basically what classifies all the weird fruit that doesn't give elemental powers or turn people into animals. Okay. Let me just double check this, because oh, for goodness sake. Oh yeah. Yeah, okay. Jeez, where do I start with this? Okay, the gum fruit actually isn't the gum fruit. That was a fake name given to it by the world government to throw people off of what it really was.
Damn government.
Yeah, I think you'd like that aspect of One Piece. The government is it's something.
The bad guys?
How did you know?
It usually is.
Yep. Anyway, yeah, the government, the world government that controls everything, basically spread information about this one fruit So it doesn't turn him into a rubber man. It's actually classified as something that was introduced later, a mythical zoan fruit. Mythical zoans turn people into mythical animals, such as turning someone into a dragon. In this case, geez, how do I describe it? Okay.
Was he an animal that was turned into a human?
No, he's essentially... It's a mythical zoan that transforms him into a legendary being. That... No, he gets the powers of a legendary being that existed at one point. Except he has these powers the whole time, but he can only activate it when he goes into activate the special aspect of it that gives him the godlike powers when he goes into Gear 5, which is essentially his hair turning white and him quote-unquote awakening his devil fruit, because that's another aspect that lets devil fruit users more or less project what they can do with their devil fruit abilities into the real world. In Luffy's case, he's literally a rubber hose cartoon character when that happens. Goeth says, "I'm gonna be honest, this seems like a man who just wanted to draw cool stuff, coming up with justifications after the fact."
That is definitely what it is.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm not sure if I disagree, because I am so mixed on it, because I like it lore-wise, but seeing it but like retconning a lot of stuff from the past like that, and I don't know how I feel about that. And to be frank, I don't think I like the visuals very much either. It should look more fun than it does, but it just looks kind of... But a lot of it looks just kind of lame comparatively. Maybe lame is too strong, but... It was at the tail end of one of the most built-up arcs ever, where the author was... Jeez, I think it was because I was walking into it, but it felt like there was so much stuff going on, and going on that it almost felt like random things were popping up constantly.
Let me stop you for a second and say I still don't know what the hell the twist is. Is the twist just that he ate a different fruit than what he thought he did, but it's still the same damn thing?
Dice, you okay?
Huh?
You okay?
You hearing me?
Yeah, did you cut out?
I kept talking. I don't know about your side.
You cut out, and I noticed your stream paused for a second.
That's green now.
Well, we're good. You were saying?
Okay, I was saying I still don't know what the hell the reveal is that you were telling me. Is it just that he ate a different fruit than he thought he did?
Yeah, he thought he ate a rubber man fruit, but he ate a god fruit.
Okay, but he's still just rubber.
Mostly. Except for when he enters his 5th super form. Because, yeah, he's got 5 of those. No, he's got 4 of those.
Okay, so he ate a magic fruit, but that magic fruit is the fruit that he thought he ate, but it's still a magic fruit that does all the same things that he was doing before. Like I don't understand why this is a major reveal.
Because it's a lot more powerful than it initially seemed.
It's as powerful as he ever needed it to be in the first place. The freaking that's how the writing works.
Yeah, it is. Except the reveal is that it's so powerful that the world government and tried to keep it hidden. And somehow they weren't able to recognize that Luffy had these powers for like years of wrecking ruining villains' plans constantly.
Like, I'm gonna be honest, when you said he basically turns into a rubber hose cartoon character, I was like, oh, was he that all the time? Was he always a cartoon character come to life? Like,
It's like it actually is a lot more. It's a lot more extreme. Like if he punches someone, you can still feel they're solid. When he does it in his super form, they'll stretch. They will like stretch out really, really absurdly far. Like think of like One Piece's silliest stuff, and it goes beyond that. I'm not joking. Like he gets hit in the head from the back of his head from a spiked mace, and the spike goes through his like protrudes like so you can see the shape, but he's still fine after it.
Okay, he's Plastic Man.
Pretty much.
But we knew that already.
Also I'm kind of the main reason I'm salty about it is because this is partly because of a friend who I initially heard about this and was 90% sure that it was I was 10% sure that it could have been a joke from a friend. Then another friend explained that there was actually a reason for what seemed like a continuity issue on the author's side, because like I said, Luffy is supposedly was just a man whose body could stretch like rubber, so he should have been impacted by electricity until he fought an enemy whose entire deal was having lightning powers. So Luffy was immune in that fight when he shouldn't have been, so it was seen as a big mistake by the author.
What?
Specifically,
Isn't resistance to electricity just one of the normal things of being rubber? Why is that a plot hole?
Because he's still flesh and blood. Like it's because he's a human, but his body can move and is moved and elasticize like rubber. But he doesn't have the properties of like physical rubber. He'd still get electrocuted.
And this was established before?
Sort of. People thought it was a plot hole because of that, and because Luffy literally never fought anyone who had any sort of electricity-based abilities again. I know that like One Piece has a lot of powers, but it kind of stuck out to me how there was only one major enemy with lightning abilities, and it never happened again.
This is stressing me out. I'm like stress drawing little stupid details right now.
Okay, maybe we should move on because I'm explaining this really badly. Anyway, yeah, that was actually a pretty controversial reveal because
and I'm just like, so what?
Okay, the main reason was that the main reason I don't like it is because I thought it was cool that the main character was able to get really creative with a kind of seemingly useless power and do all sorts of crazy stuff with it, when all the time he was just God mode and he didn't know it.
I don't see why that's a distinction. Why wouldn't those things just be included in his powers if they want him to have those powers?
I don't know. I just found it cool that someone beats all these superpowers when his deal is that he's just made of rubber and strong, as opposed to having powers that are tied in with him. Oh wait, this is the other thing, because his powers are tied with him becoming a godlike being, and this godlike being is someone that terrifies the world government because of what happened way back in the lore. So I think the main problem is that it kind of turns him into a quote unquote chosen one, when it was literally just an idiot with rubber powers running over people he didn't like.
Okay.
So
Kohe
thank
says, I'm
you.
glad I'm not the only one stressed out. Yeah.
Don't worry. I finally found my point. And I think I think
don't
I
know.
should move on before I
So
give you guys a headache.
it's like sometimes when I listen to these things, it's like the creator mode. I go into the creator mode. I can't be a consumer. I have to be the creator, and I'm always thinking about, like, okay, why did the creator do that? From the creator's point of view, it's like he could have done this in better ways and less ways that made a little more sense. And like, what's the point of this?
Yeah, I actually, because the deal with the super abilities from Luffy's fruit, that's technically him awakening his powers, and we've seen it before just a few times, and it actually looked really cool. Like one character whose ability was to project strings from his body, he was turning the environment around him into strings, and like strings that can cut people. So I was really looking forward to it with Luffy, and it technically happened, but I didn't want it to happen like this. I just wanted him to rubberize the environment, not turn everyone around him into a cartoon.
Goha says the problem with creator mode is at the end of the day it all boils down to it was fun, it was faster, it was effective. Yeah.
I guess it was kind of fun. I think I did find it was introduced in the final fight against the final boss, which
Final boss? I thought One Piece was still going on.
let me clarify. This was pretty much happening at the finale of one of the most built-up arcs so far in One Piece at the time, where they'd gone through three previous arcs, essentially liberating an entire country again from one of the four main pirate warlord guys, who are definitely bigger and badder than the last one, than all the other ones they fought.
Definitely, I'm sure.
Yeah. I still don't know exactly how I feel about that arc, because I read up to the halfway point. I stopped because I ran out of chapters. Then I came back and everything... I'm not sure if it felt chaotic because I stepped away for a while, or if it felt chaotic because there was so much stuff going on. And the thing is, I've enjoyed creator Oda's arcs when they get kind of like there's a lot going on, but it felt like it was taking it into overdrive, because Oda really likes to have side characters that show up for one arc, do a lot of things, and there was so much of that going on this time. Even compared to the last few arcs, which has had a ton of that.
So he's going Marvel mode and doing crossovers.
I guess. It feels like he's just been trying to keep topping stuff, and I think he did well with the last major arc, which I'm happy about, but it also felt like he took a lot of time to find his proper footing, because one thing I kind of don't like about One Piece was how there was a big time skip.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of things were changed. Characters got a lot of power-ups after a big defeat to show how they weren't ready for the real world and couldn't have him deal with tons more adversity directly. So there was a time skip. A lot of characters got redesigned and power-ups, and I remember the first arc after that in particular, people didn't like because it was there was still some challenges, but it was mainly the Straw Hat Pirates kind of dominating a lot of the fights pretty easily.
Showing off their new stuff.
Yeah. Then the next arc, the Punk Hazard arc, I was going to say when someone criticized it, it's not that bad. Then I realized I'd completely forgotten about what happened. That one's such a weird arc, and it's where the stuff with the Wano arc starts, because
I have no idea what that is.
That's probably one of the biggest. That's the arc where Luffy got his god powers. So yeah, after the time skip, there was the arc with Fishman Island, which is the first arc where the enemies are more or less jobbers at the end of the day. Then came Punk Hazard, which had a lot of weird choices. It introduced one major enemy who is pretty much a psychotic scientist and introduces two samurai characters who will lead up to a later arc. And the scientist is actually working for one of the main bad guys, who's a quote-unquote warlord of the sea, aka a government-sanctioned pirate, who's taken over the country that appears in the next arc, Dressrosa. Oh dear.
My brothers in Christ, you have got to stop talking about One Piece. I'm losing my mind.
I knew. Yeah, I knew you'd come in to punish me. Sorry.
Oh my gosh.
I keep trying to be coherent, but I'm not the best at explaining things, and there's so much.
Yeah, I
don't
know what it is. It's a crazy thing. Anyways, you guys play Sea of Thieves at all?
No.
It's like One Piece, except it's, coherent.
You know what? I'm curious. Why don't you tell me about Sea of Thieves? Because
Do
I
tell
know
us.
a little about it.
Well, you see,
Please.
there's this guy there, and he's angry or something. He has a brother, and his brother is made out of rubber. But then you also eat the rubber plant, and then boom, you're on the sea, and you're a thief, and it's crazy. You wouldn't believe it.
Oh my gosh! Can you hear it? Can you hear that, Dice?
I hear it.
There's the title drop right there.
It's like a big Marvel splash screen. It's crazy. No, actually, Sea of Thieves is one of those games that I've been super interested in playing, but I've never bought it because I'm like, I'm going to play this once and then it's over.
Jungle Cross is a game you really need friends to play with.
What are you implying?
Not a lot. What do you think I'm implying, Colette?
I don't want to say it. I'll become sad. I don't want to cry on stream. It's too early for that.
He's saying his friends won't play it with him.
It's
of
true.
Of course, I'm saying like your many friends aren't interested in Sea of Thieves.
You guys know Smug at all? Smug Wolf.
I'm familiar with him. He's not on Mines anymore, is he?
It's true. He's been banned on every platform that exists for being extremely curious.
I thought he just left because he was mad.
I mean, that's also possible. I don't think he was banned from there.
I don't think I ever saw him
also just mad.
Posting on Mines that wasn't like screaming about some feature that wasn't working.
He also screamed about his job a lot, which was very endearing. Honestly, it's like highly relatable, and I found it very entertaining.
I can understand that.
He has a Power World, and he's been trying to get everybody to hop on and play some. But it's modded, and whenever I look at the screenshots that he sends, I'm like, what is this? What are you playing?
Bro, the game just came out. Like, why do people have to get mods for it already? Like, you can't even finish the main content yet.
How do you
I know, it's like you haven't... Oh, go ahead.
How do you play the main game? How can you play with mods when you haven't even played the vanilla version yet?
I have no idea. I don't understand. And it's not just like a Power World thing that this happens in. This happens in so many games. But like something will just come out and somebody will be like, I need to mod this. I need to change core mechanics to make it more engaging.
It's like for me specifically.
Like visual mods I understand, but you can't when you like immediately jump into like changing how the game works to make it faster, you can't. Seems so hard to go back.
I don't even understand the visual mods, to be honest with you. Like, you know, just enjoy what's there to begin with for a little bit. It's like
I think the visual mods are mostly for Bethesda, who sucks at visuals.
No, I see a lot of like silly visual mods. I understand that from a this is so ridiculous, it could never happen. Let's make it happen.
I like how the Pokemon visual mod got struck down faster than the actual game did. That was crazy. I like that a lot.
I noticed Nintendo waited until it like sold millions and millions of copies before they decided they were going to address anything.
Yeah, they want to give them a fighting chance. That's the way of the Bushido.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's in development for a while and has the trailer come out years ago, but now that it's hugely successful and an actual threat, we're gonna investigate this.
Yeah, if they took legal action too early, they would not have had the money to defend themselves. So honestly, they're doing the honorable thing. I respect Nintendo for this one.
I remember.
Yeah, but now it's going to be like they wasted all the money.
Maybe.
If it doesn't work out for them.
They should just move to America, where copyright is not great, but better.
They should move to China.
I don't think anybody wants to move to China. That seems like a net loss, all things considered.
True. You do have to be a communist then, but you don't have to worry about copyright.
Oh yeah.
You know, you win some, you dim some.
Yeah. They'll become black or Chinese.
Wait, what does that mean?
Oh, you haven't seen that going around?
No, I haven't.
There's
a meme.
There's an account on Twitter whose whole gimmick is like they just use AI to turn selfies of people into black or Asian versions, and they just,
is it good?
They just make posts that say they'll go into people's selfies and reply with, "Here's what you'd look like if you were black or Asian," and post the images.
Oh yeah.
And that's like the whole account. But sometimes they mix it up. Like if there's an Asian person, they'll do like, "Here's what you'd look like if you were white or black." They did one to MLK on MLK Day.
Oh yeah. How do you look?
I don't remember, but I think he might have gotten into a little bit of Twitter trouble on that one.
Oh, I see. It wasn't a tasteful conversion.
No, it's the AI's fault. I think it was like on a post from like MLK's daughter or something.
I mean, in the AI's defense, MLK, famously, not the most handsome individual. It was the content of his words, not the appeal of his physicality that drew people towards him. I don't think that's particularly controversial.
I won't argue.
Well, I thought it was funny, but people are on Twitter.
True. Just looking at stuff to be angry at.
This is true.
So I had to mute the stream when I hopped into the chat, and now I can't hear the music, and the vibe is all off.
Oh,
It's so
Silence is
strange.
deafening.
now I have to draw actual armor on this guy. I've done all the easy parts.
You don't want to just let him hang out in the cloak and nothing else?
No, he needs scary, like, evil Nazgul looking armor.
Something,
I mean, look,
something,
if
Lich
something
King.
/ someone comes at me and all they're wearing is a fur cloak and nothing else, I am afraid.
If something comes at me
just
with an
throwing that
axe,
out
I'll
there.
be equally afraid. Clothed or
Yeah,
not.
the axe is already very scary. And a lack of clothing plus an axe is substantially more scary than fully clothed and axe. There's what's the Bethesda turn of phrase? There's environmental storytelling going on there.
It's not the story I want to tell, though. That's the
Understandable.
problem.
Have a nice day.
We're going for a little bit of different things, I think.
It's true. No skeletons next to alcohol with a deck of playing cards next to a crumbling, cave-in. Vis-a-vis Fallout 4?
What?
Question mark?
Wait, is that what you're talking about? Fallout 4?
I don't know. They all kind of blend together.
I have not played the Fallout.
Was he talking about Fallout? I thought he was talking about an AI-generated image he saw.
I mean, it could be both, really. Bethesda is basically an AI-generated game slot machine. Hi.
You don't like Skyrim in space?
You know, I think we talked about it a little bit the last time. I did initially like Skyrim in space. However, now I am very much dejected and angry, and I feel like Bethesda has wasted my time, and they haven't presented me with anything novel, and I'm like, brother, why? Why didn't you just, like, put some soul into this? Did you not play the game to make sure that it was fun? What's going on over there? So, no, I didn't like Skyrim in space
I'm
or
sorry to hear
Fallout in
that.
space. But Dice, if you haven't played Fallout 4 and you like shoot 'em games, it's very good. If you dislike shooting games and you want a story game, it's very bad.
I'm not particularly fond of either,
Oh,
which is
all
kind of
right,
why
this
I
is
haven't touched it.
yeah, no, this is a hard pass for you.
That makes sense.
I'm generally not into like sci-fi as much as fantasy for one thing, and also post-apocalyptic. I've seen so much. It's so played out.
Infinite, man. We don't need to see it.
Oh, that's right. You guys were talking about sci-fi and fantasy the other stream, right?
Yeah, last time.
Were we? What were we talking about specifically?
Like, what is it? What do those definitions mean?
Does that make
And
sense?
and I remember being incredibly offended because I show up and I'm like, can you not have like your sci-fi also be fantasy? And then all of you guys were like, absolutely not. You have to make a distinction.
What's your distinction, Koeth?
What's my distinction is sci-fi goes out of its way to enable the viewer to suspend their disbelief and introduce like plausible mechanisms in the world that are based on technology, whereas fantasy gives you a premise and then puts it on the viewers, like makes it the viewer's onus to suspend their disbelief.
That's actually a very coherent distinction. Thank you.
That's why they call me coherent ETH.
Oh, that's where you get the name from.
Yeah, no, it's they didn't write it on my birth certificate, but I had to fill it in later on.
You had to cross it. You had to cross out the name. The name.
Yeah, it was a whole ordeal. It's very strange.
Imagine you're just born. You see your name's incorrect, and you gotta complain about it without being able to talk.
I was also illiterate then, so I didn't know. It was.
The more things change, the more they stay the same. Am I right?
Oh my god, that's brutal.
I remember. I'm remembering how much I hate drawing helmets.
That's why you just like scribble it in and then give it to Pattern, and you're like, good luck. Counting on you.
But
and then
then
you send him a little like heart emoji.
Then he'll draw something that I don't like, and I'll have to fix it myself.
Just the artist's equivalent of Sisyphus and the boulder. You must believe Patron is happy.
I mean, you saw T hit in the gritty. I think he's doing pretty okay. If not, well then, good for him, I guess.
I think his animation is great. I'm not sure how he's feeling at the fact that he made it.
I mean, why would he feel bad? It's actually like kind of awesome.
It's
being quite frank.
It's surprisingly high quality. I really like it.
I mean, you got to give him more credit than that. I don't think it's surprisingly high quality.
No, I mean, no, not surprisingly for Patron. Surprisingly for the meme. I think the animation looks great.
I was not even familiar with said meme.
I'm not either.
I mean, the gritty is just like a meme dance, like the jerk, if you recall that.
No.
The Running Man, perhaps,
Alright.
is a famous meme dance.
I don't really do
before
dances.
the age of memes.
Running.
You know, I'm really shocked.
I guess the first. I don't know if it counts as the meme.
If it's not on
popular...
DDR, I don't know what it is.
I know about the moonwalk. Has that become a meme?
The moonwalk I would classify as a meme dance. Yeah.
I feel like it should be more popular than it is.
It's what do you mean than it is?
It's like one of the most popular dances.
I don't see memes for it though. It looks cool.
That's because they've all been done before.
Really? I don't know. I haven't seen any for the moonwalk specifically.
When did Michael Jackson die?
Like, never. He's a Horcrux. He lives on in the hearts of everyone.
Okay.
Wouldn't that make everyone the Horcrux?
I don't know how
I
those
got
work.
the terms. Look, I'm not a Potterhead.
You're not caught up on your Potter lore. Because I'm not either.
Is that what they're called? Potterheads?
They are referred to Potterheads, and if I ever need Harry Potter information, I just look to my left and I go, hey, what's this about?
So your wife is one?
Absolutely.
I could never get into Harry Potter.
I did get into Harry Potter. However, my opinion on Harry Potter is that it's just okay. And I'm getting the iciest look right now. I'm no longer in a safe space.
So are you saying that your thoughts on Harry Potter are just not okay? Goeth, if you're in danger, blink twice.
Yeah, I was never fond of like the bibbity bobbity boo flavor that accompanied Harry Potter.
I think the world is very fun. I don't know. I like the idea of there being like a lot of wizards, and they're just like going to wizard school, and then you have like your quirky wizard teachers, and one of them is a rat? Question mark. That was pretty cool. I thought. Is Severus Snape a rat? Like, what's his animal? Do you guys know? I guess you guys aren't Potterheads either.
Wait,
No
a rat?
idea. No, what you're describing to me just sounds like Winx Club.
You know what?
Shoot,
It's
I
a snake.
remember
I'm
that.
sorry. That one seemed obvious in retrospect.
Holy hell, how do you draw a helmet?
With your hand, Dice.
You know, he does have a point.
And Dice has two hands. What's his excuse?
There's too much geometry involved with this garbage.
It's like the difference between like a hard body modeler and a soft body modeler in like a 3D program. It's just like this is miserable.
It's like the difference between drawing a box and drawing a sphere. Like, I'm trying to draw the sphere right now.
You gotta shift into box mode.
He's got to go to boxing school.
Except the sphere also has things on it that are kind of spherical, but kind of not spherical.
You know, Koeth, I'm beginning to get the idea that Dice doesn't like drawing helmets.
Dice likes drawing helmets. He's always drawing helmets. I'm gonna need more evidence that Dice does not like drawing helmets, and his own words are not enough.
Okay. If his
Good
words
to know
aren't
you
enough-
don't trust me.
No. I know how to do this.
Your
words
actions
not
speak much
might
louder
not
than
be
your
enough,
words.
but your feelings may be. Dice, how do you feel about drawing helmets?
Ooh, good question. Good
I wish I could make them look cool as they are.
See?
See,
He likes
these are the feelings of a person who loves drawing helmets.
No, he's ashamed of them. They bring
These
up
are
a
the
skill
feelings
issue
of a
for him and they
person-
traumatize him.
Yeah, traumatized. Like, hey, that thing you want to do, you can't do that.
Dice,
Screw
show
you.
me on the mannequin where the helmet touched you.
Okay, where the helmet touched me? Right here.
It poked him right on his forehead. When it
Yeah, that
flew
makes
at him
sense,
at
actually.
terminal velocity. The helmet took everything from him. It didn't even know who he was. It makes you ask, how could a man love a helmet when he's trying to find love himself?
What are
Ask
you
the
talking
Mandalorian.
about?
Oh, was I actually making a reference? Okay, I guess that's a Mandalorian reference. There we go.
What? No, that's
You know,
not the
I've never watched The
Mandalorian
Mandalorian.
reference. I'm just referencing the Mandalorian because we're talking about helmets and he always keeps his helmet on.
You see?
Wait, it's not just his head?
No, it's a suit.
Oh, I just thought that was like his face.
Okay,
I
sure.
see why, but he just keeps it
Like
on. so much
unironically, I
that-
always thought that the Fets were like androids. That was always my understanding for Star Wars.
What?
Oh,
Are they like humans or are they like
Did you never see the prequels?
I
I think so, but I would have been like super young.
know they're pretty much.
They had Boba Fett's dad in that one, and he was like just a dude.
Like Bubba Fett?
Boba.
Yeah, and his dad is named Bubba.
No, his dad is named Django.
Like Unchained?
Django
Somebody
Fett.
put this man in chains.
That sounds familiar, but I'm not don't know too much about Star Wars.
Yeah, I'm in the same camp as you right now, Evergrade. I'm not a big Starhead either.
Are you just gonna put? Is that how we name like enthusiasts of things? You just put blank and attach head at the end.
Good. I think it's effective. I think that's how I'm gonna tackle denominating enthusiasts for everything.
Alright,
Going
so
forward.
Goeth, would you say you're a big drawing head then?
No, because I kind of hate the act of drawing. I'm more
So-
of a big yeah, I don't know what I am.
So you're
I'm
He's
definitely a pal head for sure right now.
I see. Good to know.
Can I ask why it's good to know? Should I be concerned?
You tell me.
He's
I
not the
can't.
one who
That's why I
said it
was
was
asking.
good. What are you talking about?
That's good to know, because I will most likely be getting Pal World soon.
Cool. You know what you should do when you get Pal World? You should
Mod it?
download like 50 mods.
Predictable,
Oh my
Coep.
gosh.
Predictable.
Then you'll
The
get
same thing
true
happened-
experience.
I just had to think of the. The option we talked about as not being good.
If you want to know, if you want the insight into my sense of humor, all you have to do is look 20 minutes prior in the stream to what was said, because it will be a callback.
Oh my gosh, is that a mother flipping Kreitcher stream reference?
Always. Always at the 20-minute mark. I'll do my best to refer back to something that happened.
Well, you heard it here, Dice. We're all references now.
Would you rather?
At least I'm not a rubber man.
Well,
It is?
actually, Dice.
Oh my gosh.
Actually, I'm not going to get into this again.
Thank you.
Because
for
I don't want to think about how people look at me when I try to explain this.
I mean, you don't have to think about it. If you'd like, I can just tell you. Oh my
Well,
gosh.
I appreciate that offer, Goeth. I really do, but I'll politely decline. I'm satisfied living in ignorance on this one.
Okay. All right. I
you gonna-
imagine it's similar to how people view me when I talk about like an obscure niche interest like fighting games. They're just like, this man makes no sense and is not engaging, and I wish he would stop.
You know, that's actually a lot more polite than I expected to hear.
That's how I feel when I talk about creatures to normies.
It's okay. You just have to convert them into not being normies first, and then you're in.
Beating shall continue until morale improves.
Well, you can't beat them. That's illegal.
So
You
so what
can't.
you're saying is you have to join them.
You should also not join them.
But
'cause that's
Koeth, what
lame.
about the saying, if you can't beat them, join them?
I don't like sayings. Just in general, I think sayings are kind of lame. You guys
Oh,
have any thoughts about
yeah.
sayings?
Before we
I have
talk
to-
about sayings, I just want to point out I'm putting like breathing holes in his helmet because I'm imagining this. There's a little cool aspect where like their breath is frozen, and I want that to show.
I see.
Does he still breathe?
Thinking long term.
Thinking long term, I'm thinking of all the evocative things I can do with these guys.
Wait, Dice. He can. He's still alive.
He breathes.
That doesn't
Okay.
answer the question at all.
No, like if you breathe. Actually, no, that actually does. That doesn't answer the question, but it addresses one of my questions. Thank you.
You don't need to know all the details about how the bizarre fantasy enemies that have undergone some kind of strange transformation work. That kind of defeats the point.
But
That's fair.
Immersion.
I just love he breathes. Or he's alive, question mark. He breathes. It's like it raises
too.
substantially more questions than it answers.
Hey, you never know. Maybe he picked up a hobby.
Breathing. Yeah. Yeah, it's a weird one.
Maybe
But
it's
I'll
not
give it to
actually
you.
breath at all.
Oh, what could it be? Man, I bet anyone curious will have to catch you on stream to find out. Wink, wink.
Nudge, nudge.
Alternatively, they need only wait several months for the Creatures Codex to be updated with the relevant information.
Which they can find out about in the Creatures newsletter.
Don't tell
They
them
can sign
about
up for it.
metagaming. Don't encourage metagaming. Come on.
Have you thought about what might happen if you launch Creatures and then the people playing Creatures immediately install like 20 to 30 mods?
Just shove
It's
a
a
disc into
tabletop RPG. That's normal.
Yeah, they add pages into the book. Like
They add-
little post-it notes.
they fold a disc into the pages.
We call that homebrew content, actually.
I actually forgot about the term homebrew there for a second.
Really?
Yeah, actually, like it's not something. I am not a tabletop gamer, so I very rarely hear the tabletop in-group terminology.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. I hear it pretty often, and it comes up a lot and I kind of associate it with any change, a lot of tweaks and changes made to things. Because with homebrew, when people say they're gonna homebrew something, I assume they're just gonna tweak things so that the encounter is more engaging or less annoying. But I think a better term would be like just making more original content to build on some established rules for game.
Well, you can't be too original, otherwise Dice is gonna hit them with the copyright notice. You know.
I am of the belief that tabletop RPGs specifically need to embrace homebrew content as a part of the culture.
I thought they already did.
Oh, you'd think so,
I mean-
but Wizards of the Coast is trying to clamp down on that because they're
Oh.
Hasbro.
That seems harder to do than everything else, because after you make the book, it's kind of out there and people can easily read it and just take what they want to use how they want.
Well, the thing is, there's like a whole cottage industry of people making homebrew content and publishing it,
Oh,
and that used to be allowed under their license. But then they're like, "Oh, actually, we wanna cut, and we want
Right,
we want to control your content. We want to be able to review it. So you have to submit it to us and give us a certain amount of a cut and all that if you want to publish anything for our systems."
Like, isn't Hasbro's primary issue not that it's homebrew, but instead that they're not making any money off of it?
That does seem to be the main thing.
I thought that's what Dice just said.
Well, he also brought up we want to make sure that this is internally consistent with the world and policies that we have established for our creations.
I don't think it's internal consistency they're worried about. I think it's more about unapproved political opinions and hot button issues, and making sure it's safe for a modern audience.
So no one?
They want it to be woke.
But yet, here I am. And I am sleep.
I was trying to sleep, but Wizards of the Coast got me woke.
The bad end. You don't want to go down that end.
I feel like this armor is coming out kind of generic.
I mean, it started
How
off
would you
interesting with the cape. And the torso armor. Like, he's a frost man, right?
He is a frost man.
I think the helmet, and I know you would hate to revisit the helmet. It gives fireman vibes.
Fireman
more
vibes?
than Frostman vibes. Yeah.
How would
it
you...
has like the imp devil horns on it.
I was thinking like shards of ice.
Your coloring's gonna have to pull the heavy lifting on that one then.
have a bluish tinge to your steel, unless you have to redesign the dreaded helmet.
Is this like a warlock's riddle? Why did you say it like that?
I am open to suggestions if you guys have armored ideas.
Trying to.
Let me
I'm
ask
trying to think.
ChatGPT Sama here real fast. What he thinks about.
It'll give you something real generic.
I have some ideas, but a lot of my ideas are extremely on the nose.
Oh my god. What about that new Pokemon whose head is a brick of ice?
He's like a generation old, but...
Oh, is he? Man, I have no idea what's going on.
Relatively new.
I honestly thought that Mega Evolution was this generation, which is why I said they just recently got on to temporary evolutions.
No, that was a decade ago.
It feels like it could have been recent.
Was that really a decade? I was talking to a buddy of mine, and we were talking about Pokemon in the context of Pal World. And I said my favorite generation for Pokemon was Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. And he goes, dude, that's like 20 years old. And I go, there is no way that's 20 years old. And we looked it up, and it was like 2003, and I wanted to perish. I had become too old.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Unfortunate.
They're still pretty goated, though.
Yep.
Don't get it twisted.
They had a lot of post-game content in those.
Oh, yeah. They had the entire, like, Battle Frontier stuff.
Battle Frontier, and they had a buttload of legendaries and side things you could go after.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what would make, like, for a cool ice motif. And there's nothing. You're on your own. I can't help you, Dice. I'm sorry.
I think I might give him more fur.
Actually, that was going to be my first thought.
Your first
Yeah, well,
thought?
fur thought. For real, Colette. Not stealing your idea or anything.
What if you also gave him, like, a kind of, like, snowflake ridge to his armor?
Snowflake
if that makes
ridge.
sense.
Mm,
Yeah, instead of like the hard straight lines, you went for more of like a crystalline end to the armor segments.
I
That sounds like an awful lot of trouble.
It definitely would be.
I was thinking about drawing some sort of shape in the center of the chest plate, but I feel like that would look more like a diamond than ice.
I mean, when you don't think about it, ice is just diamond.
When you don't think about it, air is just water, but missing a few steps. I mean,
when you don't think about it, like, life is kind of like a box of chocolates.
You gonna continue it?
no, I don't think he wants to think
Can.
about it.
But yeah, Evergrade's right. I don't want to think about it. When I think about it, I don't want to think about it.
Think about it. Actually, don't. The fur is a good call.
We could definitely give him like some trim to his armor.
Sure.
Poor Patron.
I would not lament Pattern. You're paying the man, you got to get your money's worth.
This is true.
And it's only you're only like preventing him from working on his hobby, which is remixing incredibly catchy animation memes. So really, you're doing him a favor.
Which way, artist man?
Oh, I don't like the potential routes on that.
Remake ancient memes, or craft creatures lore.
You forgot
It's not an
the
ancient
furry
meme, though.
commissions route.
See, I liked Evergrade's choices a little bit more.
But you were thinking of the one I suggested, weren't you?
Yeah, I really
well,
was.
I'm thinking of it now.
Simple method.
Thanks. We truly can't escape the suspiciously wealthy furry.
You know, I'm starting to come around, right? I don't think that they're suspiciously wealthy. I think they're just normally wealthy. I think they're conspicuously wealthy.
I'd like to present a third option. They're just bad
Okay.
with money.
Many such cases.
That's it. That seems entirely possible.
What I have heard is that furries often work in the tech industry,
Yeah, that checks out.
and that's why they're flush with cash, and also
I mean,
willing to spend it on stuff like that because they're nerds.
Lethal Company dev is a furry.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh, boy.
And now he's like conspicuously wealthy, and it's not suspicious at all.
Okay, one out of a bunch of others.
Yeah, every furry actually is the Lethal Company dev. They're a hive mind. Their persona is a bee.
I don't know if I'm gonna get this guy done tonight. I don't think I was quite as prepared for him as I was the other one, even though this is an older idea.
The helmet took its toll on him. It's over.
Everybody has to pay the helmet toll at one point or another. Unless you just never draw a helmet, in which case you're safe. But like, are you really living if you've never drawn a helmet?
Nah.
That's what
Nah,
I'm
I
saying.
draw a helmet.
I need a better reference for like armor of all kinds. Freaking armor is so weird.
I've tried drawing. I draw armor here and there. It's kind of it's always kind of more detailed than I like. Yet I feel like I'm not really drawing it well.
I feel like 80% of the thing that makes armor in illustration comes in the rendering process, where you have like the effect of light being applied to the surface of the armor. Because like apart from that, it's just like weird clothing that's like a little bit stiffer than it should normally appear to be.
I'm trying to think about like the mechanics of how it attaches to the body in itself.
I mean, like garter belts mostly, right? Like garters, straps, bands around the joints.
Yeah, there's a lot of straps involved. Also, there's some things like, how to describe this, like it doesn't like cover the entire thing, but you don't really notice it, so you think it covers the entire thing.
What?
I think he means like there's more. That's.
I'm saying the
like,
armor doesn't cover the entire body, but it kind of looks like it does.
Like it covers
without close inspection.
It covers the.
Oh, you mean
main
like
part.
how a breastplate might cover the front of the chest, but because they're wearing a cloak, you wouldn't realize that it's not covering their back.
Yeah. I was
Yeah,
thinking
and then
how
like
an
the
arm-
pauldrons are just kind of laying on top of the shoulder and hanging down, and then strapped onto the arm. And then on the underside of the arm is like exposed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking.
I mean,
That's kind of the problem I'm having with this gauntlet here. It's like, how much of the arm do I want to expose? Do I want it to be completely encased? Do I want it to just be like the back of the arm that's encased and the rest is just like a glove, or what? And it's hard to draw that kind of thing from this angle. I'm just having trouble.
I see. What if you simply ignored it? and does he only have one gauntlet, or will he have two?
He will have two.
Yeah, I would just ignore that gauntlet, work on the one you don't have to think about, and then loosely scribble something and have Patron figure it out.
I don't know, Ko. I think the armor toll has to come for everyone. You'd only be delaying the inevitable.
Dice has served his time.
We all think we've served our time.
Alright, I think what I'm gonna do is I'll make it the half thing, but instead of doing the stupid thing where I had like the entire glove be fur, we're just gonna have like the main part of the glove be normal, be like an actual glove, and then the fur can be on just the extremities.
Oh, I see.
Sometimes I just need to talk about the things.
I think that's why you bring us in, right?
That is why I bring you guys in.
It's not to offer you the worst solutions to the problems, but rather to work through them collaboratively.
Worse or better?
I don't want Dice to know that we're giving him the best options. I don't want him to think that we're useful or anything.
Well, yeah, it'll be like Russian. If you trust us, it'll be like Russian roulette, but for drawing.
What? All right. What do you think Russian roulette, but for drawing, looks like?
Similar, but you fill the gun with pencil.
Oh my god.
It's drawing on the same layer the entire time.
Yeah, I was about to say it's.
Actually,
you
my first-
have a bunch of layers and you don't know which one is the correct one until you spend an hour on it.
I feel like just drawing guns in general would generate a decent amount of stress for people. Just drawing guns without a reference. The real Russian roulette is is whoever quits drawing has to leave the room and drink a gallon of Tang.
Ugh.
And suddenly Koeth is the number one enthusiast for drawing guns.
You guys were talking about drawing guns the other day, and I don't understand where the dislike of drawing firearms comes from.
They're too
Because
complex.
They're just like, yeah,
That's
but they're
about-
just like boxes, you know?
Yeah, but you have to look at the reference specifically, and you have to do all the little details. And I don't like
There-
it.
I mean, you
think
only
it's
have to
real-
look at the reference if you're drawing a specific gun.
I-
They don't tell you this at art legal school or whatever, but you can just make the gun up.
But
No
the thing
one
is, I don't have the imagination to make a convincing gun design off the top of my head.
I
Yeah,
highly
like,
doubt that.
I don't have the mental
The visual library, it's not there.
like you get kind of close. Maybe you could convince some normies about it, and let's face it, that's a lot of times that's what matters. But you're gonna have some gun enthusiast just railing you in the comments eventually if you get big enough. Like, hey, you're a nice guy, but I've seen how you try to draw guns. Can't allow this to stand.
Yeah, guns
if
are
that
something
is
that
railing you in the comments,
guns
that
are
is
something
insane.
that
I want
people
that
obsess over.
Like, people really appreciate a good gun, and if they know how a gun looks or how it's drawn, I assume it gets kind of annoying if it's drawn wrong. And it seems like the kind of thing everyone's gonna draw wrong, either from perspective or just getting some details right.
Do you guys have a favorite gun in regards to aesthetics?
No.
No, guns look cool in general, but I can't think of a specific one. I guess maybe some variation of a handgun, because I like the 6-shooter aesthetic, and I tend to think of cowboy things.
Revolvers are dope, but I would like to raise the most aesthetic gun is the P90, which is that gun with the
Yeah.
2 loopy bits.
2 loopy bits.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got to see that.
See, I got no idea what you're talking about.
Also, any
FN
bullpup is
P90,
really
is
cool.
that it?
Yeah, that's it.
I've seen this kind of gun. I don't think I've seen seen too many drawings of this. This looks really cool.
You see a lot of Japanese artists draw it quite a bit. They attach it to their waifus, and they're like, "I love this gun."
Oh, it's that
This
one.
is
I
amazing.
see it.
I
wasn't aware that was an actual gun. I thought it was just a sci-fi thing.
Yeah, well, I said I haven't seen it drawn, but I know that the default gun you get in Splatoon, at least one of them, looks like that.
is a P90. You just murder the other Octolings. That's
Is it?
crazy.
It's got the shape. It's a big rectangle. So the question is Splatoon referencing the P90, or is the P90 a Splatoon reference?
I also want to nominate the Mac 10 for most aesthetic gun as well.
I recognize this. Gun.
Mostly
Oh,
because it's incredibly stupid looking. But in a charming
I
way.
like these guns because I like the quick firing machine guns in games, but when you put it like that, it does look kind of silly.
I don't think it looks kind of silly. I'm being honest with you.
I don't know. I think this version looks sillier.
Is it the one with the suppressor on it?
The one with the suppressor on it.
Oh yeah.
Of all the things you want to keep silent.
No, if you show up to the range and you have a Mac 10, you want everybody to know. That is the
The etiquette?
You attach the silencer, you're not to be quiet, but to assert dominance to all who look in your path.
Mostly because you were able to afford and import a silencer for a Mac 10.
It's not it's not always about the money. It's about sending a message.
And that message is pew pew pew, except quiet.
Gun go burr. Silently.
It would be so nice if silencers actually made firearms silent.
They don't.
Like,
They just
could you
make
imagine
it quieter.
going out to your backyard and being like, "Yeah, I want to do a little bit of silent night shooting," but the city has a sound ordinance in place from 10 to 6. Just gonna slap on the silencer, I guess.
I'll show
But
these kids
no.
a real silent night.
I don't like that.
I don't like that either.
I don't know what you're implying with that sentence, but it sounds a little suspicious.
Okay, forget about that.
Okay, I'm forgetting. As soon as I call the FBI real fast.
What's the FBI gonna do?
Let him conduct whatever terrorist activity he wishes, and then say that there was no way they could have known.
They're gonna equip him. Free guns
Yeah,
ever great.
they're gonna give you an even quieter gun.
Oh,
Say, hey kid, we heard you like silencers and semi or fully automatic guns.
how do you do, fellow kid? I too like to rebel.
If a man in a black coat offered you a firearm with no strings attached, would you take it?
I want the coat.
You
Get it?
take the coat? Oh, that's so good. You're gonna have to
Like-
roll initiative.
I think I'd want to roll persuasion. See if I can recruit this guy to the party.
You
Alright.
will not be able to roll a high enough value to recruit him. I'm sorry.
Shoot, I bet he'd have cool powers, like glow in the dark.
He does glow a little bit. It's really weird.
Wow, I wonder what's up with that.
He'd definitely make a good party member. Some kind of mutant.
He has
a
special skill checks for a ton of different NPCs. It's really weird.
Maybe he'd be part lizard.
He might be
You
a
guys know I love
reptilian
conspiracy
shapeshifter.
theories.
What?
I love a good conspiracy theory. I'm just throwing that out there. I just want you guys to know. You guys got any good conspiracy theories? I want to know about them, especially if they involve terrorist activities.
I'm usually more into the ones that are like aliens are actually time traveler humans from the future.
I mean, isn't that the elongated musket gun conspiracy theory?
I don't
Is it?
know. What's
Yeah,
the
that
conspiracy?
That
he's
Elon
from the
Musk
future?
is a time traveler from the future who's creating all of this technology so that he can get back to his own time faster because his time machine broke.
Does this tie
That's
in
the-
Barron Trump as well?
I don't think it ties in Barron Trump, but if there is a tie-in, I would like to know it.
I'd pay for that tie-in.
When's the last time you paid for a tie?
I don't even remember
I
the
don't
last time I bought
know
a
if
tie.
I don't know if I ever.
Do you own a
have.
tie?
Probably. Yes, actually. Because my sister got me the tie for one of the JoJo villains way back.
A tie for one of the JoJo villains.
Of one of the
what does that
JoJo
mean?
villains.
Of one
The
of
one,
the.
a tie that he wears.
Which one?
I'm trying to think of
Part
which
4.
JoJo.
Oh, that.
Part
I
four?
see.
Like Dio?
No, no.
Yeah, he doesn't wear a tie, actually, in retrospect.
No, he doesn't.
We know for sure now.
Oh, I see. The Kira tie.
Yeah, here. That's his
Okay,
name.
yeah.
The
That's a
serial
pretty cool
killer
tie.
dude.
Yeah, you maybe don't wear that one in public.
My name is Dicebag. I'm X years old.
That's Dice's final stream. It's just this monologue. That's actually sick. You can't wear that to like a wedding though.
Wait, let me look it up.
You guys have any like thoughts on bow ties?
Hate him.
Where do you guys sit? You're not a fan of the bow tie?
No.
I
I feel like when somebody wears a bow tie, they're just doing it for attention. That's how it feels to me.
I've never. I don't know if I've ever. I can't remember the last time I've seen someone wear a bow tie in public. Feels like the kind of thing I'd wear if I had to wear something and I knew it was a clip-on.
If you wear a clip-on anything, I'm judging a little bit.
Let me make a
Because
defense
the-
for a clip-on tie. It seems like less of a choking hazard than a regular tie.
But the point of the tie is to choke. Like not hard, but it's to keep your shirt neck in one spot on your neck.
Well, Kohath, some of us don't want to wear a fetish gear in public.
Well, tell that to the entire American Senate.
You know what? Maybe I will.
Well, given
Well,
what's recently happened in their chambers,
Yeah,
maybe
I mean,
maybe
it probably
I
is
take
why
it
they
all
wear
back.
that.
yeah.
Oh. These days, people will start talking about the most random stuff, and after about an hour of the conversation, I'll realize I'm behind on the news.
It's okay. you can stay behind on this news. It's more depressing than anything.
I don't know. You know, like, I don't know. I have more time to be happy, but I feel like things hit a little harder when I realize people are talking about real life.
Did you know that the U.S. government is full of degenerates and weirdos?
Next, you're going to
Because
tell me that it
that's-
snows in Canada.
That's basically all it is.
Yeah.
Ah. Ow. I've been sitting in one spot for too long. I gotta pop.
Posture check, banana back.
Banana back goes crazy.
And while I'm doing that,
It's got nice alliteration to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's
Alliteration.
wild.
alliteration is always fun. I don't care what anyone says. Isn't that right, curious Kohat?
I don't like the alliteration on that one so much.
Isn't that right, cool Kohat?
Hell yeah, where are my sunglasses at? Or I guess my sunglass. I like this. I like this hexagon. Generally a pretty good shape.
I guess
I
it is
would
a
say.
hexagon, huh?
That's actually really clever for a nice design. Like a snowflake.
Yeah, like a snowflake.
Can't believe all of my role-playing games are being taken over by a bunch of snowflakes.
Hmm.
I'm making a bet with myself. Will patron be able to recreate the depth that you've created when doing the line art, or are you gonna have to like fix it with the colors?
What do you mean exactly? Like the
Like, I don't know if it's intentional
the
or
line
not.
weight? You mean?
Yeah, the line weight on the upper portion of his belt creates a sense of depth that's rather nice.
Yeah, I do like to work with line weights quite a bit. That doesn't always come through in patron stuff, so sometimes I go in there and make some tweaks.
Yeah.
But usually it's not worth it. Line weight is one of my things.
It's his trademark.
It's my
So,
autism.
Hey, I'm artistic too. Are you artistic, Koet? You have artism?
Can I plead the fifth?
No.
I don't know if I want. All right, yeah, you got me. All right.
There we go. Artists together strong.
This is a weird question. Is there like a test or something that you do to determine whether or not you have autism? Or does a doctor just like look at you and go like, "Ah, yeah, this guy's weird. There's something wrong with him."
Oh,
I'm sure it's a diagnosable thing, but I don't know how they go about doing it exactly.
I have a theory that it's a written exam that you pass for, and depending on your score, you get placed in different classes.
So like, is one of the questions on the exam like, what is your favorite kind of train? And if you give any answer, the doctor just goes, yes.
It's not. If you give an answer, the answers range from the examination starts from if a kid answers the cool steam train to giving an essay.
I see. Oh my gosh. Out of curiosity, do any of you guys have a favorite train?
I do not have a favorite train.
Steam
man.
train.
I'm a big fan of like the Greyhound like passenger liners. I think those are pretty cool.
That's a very artistic train.
They're unironically the coolest trains in the market.
What is it
They're
called
very-
again? I want to look this up.
I actually don't know what their name is because I'm not a train guy, but they're like Greyhound passenger trains. From an era where trains were much more important in American society.
Yeah, I'm getting a very modern tram. That's definitely not it.
It might be the modern one. They're pretty sleek.
This?
Oh my gosh, we're train posting now.
What have you done?
Oh, it is not this. No, sir. This is not the train.
Oh, wait. I think I got. Just for so I'm thorough. It's not this, right?
No, that's some Japanese train. We're not that good here in
The
the good old
Japanese don't
US of A.
count. Got it.
That's not what I said at all.
We have
But you are
cars to get
correct.
around in.
You know, if it was feasible, I would like a better train system in the United States. However, every train that you can ride in America to get anywhere will take twice as long as riding any car to get anywhere. So it's simply not feasible.
You also have to share it with people.
Well, you get the private coaches, you know? You get the sleeper berths. be real spoiled.
No human.
You really
interaction
want
required.
riding trains to be like renting a hotel? That seems
Yes,
like too
actually.
much to me.
Like you go across the country for 2 weeks as a little vacation in your personal Howl's Moving Castle.
Personal Howl's Moving Castle. That's one way to. It certainly romanticizes the experience.
I do my best to romanticize experiences.
How would you
What can
romanticize
I
the
say?
experience of drawing a helmet?
Well, you see, it's a endless conflict between you and the you that you think you can be, wherein the helmet represents you, and the helmet you want to draw represents the you think you will be.
There are two.
Or can
There are
be.
two. There are 2 wolves in you. The average doctor recommends that there be 0 wolves in you. Get help.
Why is that just a recommendation from the doctor? I want a different doctor if he's just making
you
a
gonna-
recommendation.
He should
Are you
probably
gonna
be
tell-
prepping for surgery by then.
Yeah.
Are you gonna let some doctor tell you how to live your life?
Yeah, actually, I think so.
What if you like having 2 wolves inside of you? What
Well, you
then?
Well,
like
then
it
you
for
need to
long.
see a different kind of doctor.
They call him Dr. Wolf, and you're never going to believe why.
There are 2 wolves inside Dr. Wolf. One wants to treat you, the other wants to eat you. He needs to.
That's
he needs,
good.
He needs the Wolf OS update.
I really like the treat eat rhyme. That's pretty strong. Yeah.
I thought of that on the fly. I'm pretty proud of that one. Thank you.
Should be, honestly.
Thank you.
Feel like I'm losing my mind a little bit. Not like earlier. Earlier I was incredibly frustrated. Now I'm just like brain melting.
I feel like I might have played a part in that, but I'll assume I didn't to make myself feel better.
I completely went off the rails at one wants to treat you, the other wants to eat you. Like that's bars.
What wolves are inside of you, Koeth?
What are my options? What do you mean what wolves are inside of me?
There are 2 wolves inside of you. What do they want?
There are 2 wolves inside of me. One wants to live in the pod, own nothing, be happy, eat the bugs. And then the other wants to retire to Alaska, live in the mountains, and rely on nothing but the sinews in my muscle to survive. And I hope the last one wins, to be honest, because that sounds sick.
Okay, next question. Which of these wolves would win in a boxing match?
Definitely the one that wants to suffer, I think.
You're gonna have to specify.
Yeah, it's the Alaskan wolf. You know, animals are just bigger in Alaska in general, anyways. So it checks out.
It's a pretty harsh environment, so I can believe they're made of tougher stuff.
Yeah, those Alaskan wolves have to deal with like moose,
Oh,
and nobody wants to deal with moose.
You mean meese?
I was gonna. You. No one would want to fight a meese. A
How do
pack
you
of meese.
spell meese exactly?
Oh, that's easy. Meese.
M-E.
Regarding your wolves, of these 2 wolves, which of them would win in a match of Magic: The Gathering?
In a match of Magic: The Gathering,
Yes.
Cohead doesn't know
none
enough.
of them, because I would put them both out of their misery immediately.
Cohead doesn't understand anything more complicated than roguelike card battlers.
True. Anything that goes beyond the scope of a roguelike in terms of deck construction and optimization, I'm out. Not
Okay.
only do I not know it, but I don't care enough about it to want to learn about it.
Unless he can
It's
count the
worst of all worlds.
frames of something, he doesn't care.
It's true. You know?
Okay, I've got a better question. Of the two wolves, they are both playing Street Fighter 6. Which of them would be the biggest meta follower?
The biggest meta follower,
Yes.
the one eating the bugs, because
So-
society meta is the stronger meta, unfortunately.
I see. So that answers one of my other questions. Which of the wolves would clickbait the hardest? So Soy Wolf, probably.
Yeah, Soy Wolf is actually the, like, you may not like it, but Soy Wolf is what the optimal modern male looks like.
Maybe not optimal, but I can see the modern part. Does
Well, I
Soy
mean, that's
Wolf
why
have-
I suffice it.
I assume Soy Wolf has a fedora. What kind
He
of
actually
hat
has a
would-
trilby. Thank you very much.
Oh, what? I
They're very
assume
different
Soy Wolf
hats.
would be the kind of. Okay, I see which
sure they
wolf is
are.
winning right now.
What was that?
I see which wolf is winning right now.
Which hat is winning right? Or which which
Which-
wolf is winning right now? It doesn't really matter because whichever wolf wins, I lose at the end of the day.
Because the wolves aren't supposed to be inside of you.
Yeah, there's a wolf inside of me. Can't talk to my mother, so I talk to my diary, etc., etc.
Coming soon on Coet's Greatest Hits.
This whole snowflake design changes every time I make it.
Maybe you could copy and paste.
It's okay because no two snowflakes are alike.
Oh my gosh, it's so thematically appropriate.
I think I actually like the jagged version better.
I mean, it's a lot meaner
Yeah,
for what it's
But
worth.
you seem pretty mean.
it doesn't look like a four-leaf clover. Afraid he might be mistaken
Nice.
for
Those are-
Irish,
Those are 6 leaves.
but not this
I don't want to
one.
alarm you.
I don't know. I like the hexagon look, but I think it looks with the curves. It does kind of look like a flower. The sharp design.
Now he kind of has like paladin energy as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say it kind of looks like a sun now.
That's
And I look,
better than previously.
It is better than fire energy by a
Yeah.
substantial margin. Martin? What?
Martin?
Holy cow, I can't talk.
A substantial margin.
there are
I
there-
speak of the English good, and I
there are
don't
two
have a
wolves-
list.
There are two wolves inside of you. One of them can't read, the other can't speak.
One has a
know
lisp,
what-
the other one has a stutter.
Both of them were conjoined twins, and I can't escape either.
Both of them have hijacked the cockpit.
This plane is going off the rails. Like,
Crazy
that's not the saying.
train.
This train is going off the rails. Planes don't
No,
have rails.
No, I like the creative liberties you took the first time. A plane going off the rails. You never expect to hear that.
It's kind of like how in Star Fox you have to fly in a certain way because it's a rail shooter despite you being in a plane.
Or if a game is on so-called on rails games when they're not about trains.
What's your favorite game about trains?
If I
What's the-
played
What's
There's
there's some horror game about the train, right?
You're talking about Choo Choo Charlie.
Choo Choo Charlie, yeah. Let's just pick that one.
There's a Legend of Zelda game specifically based around a train. If I had
Oh,
played
the
that,
Phantom
that
Train.
definitely would have been
Oh,
my
yeah.
answer.
My favorite train game is Monster Train, and you're gonna love this dice bag
It's a
because it's a
roguelike
roguelike
card battler. I've seen
my
it
God.
on Steam.
Wait, guys! It could be a fighting game. Is it a fighting game?
It's not a fighting game.
It's
There
a
are no fighting
roguelike
games
battle.
that take
It's a
place
card
on
battler
trains.
game,
I'm
like
sorry.
I said. Okay, that's interesting.
I'm kind of alarmed at how many train games there are now that I'm thinking about it.
Dice. I mean, Colette. How is your
Yeah?
training arc gone?
Important question. Is this a follow-up to the train conversation, or is this training in the sense of like actual artistic practice?
Okay, there are two wolves in this question.
I see.
One on training your art skill, the other on being wordplay for the train conversation.
Gotcha. Well, I cannot yet bench press a train. So training arc, not very great. I do 30 minutes of figure drawings every weekend. So training arc, also kind of bad. Not using my time maybe in the wisest way.
Well, you're training
Ooh.
somehow. That's all that matters.
As long as you're having fun.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
You're not having fun?
You know what? I am having fun.
There are two wolves inside of you. One that is having fun and one that is not.
Which one wins?
To be perfectly honest, though, I have found that I am way more... what's the word for it? I progress a lot more in my skills when I'm using it for things that I actually care about. I mean,
That's usually how it
agree
works out.
mostly. I've come to understand within myself that there are fundamental things that I have to explicitly practice. And then through the practice of those, I can incorporate them into the things that I want to do. But if I don't draw the things that I want to draw, well then I just won't have enough fun to want to practice the fundamental things that I need to practice. So it's a little bit of a tightrope
yeah.
for me personally.
I understand.
Which is why I only do like 30 minutes of practice a week. Because it's all I can bear.
Oh,
Yeah,
like, the thing is, when I was thinking, I need to get better at, like, environments and stuff, what I did was I made creatures environments. Because I care
see.
about that.
yeah, I need to do something like that. I do basic shapes, but I need to expand on what I make.
What's your favorite basic shape?
Hexagons.
You mean to draw on its own or to make variations of?
But just to draw on its own.
The square. I need to work on it. It's basic, but it's very helpful.
You're so basic.
I know.
Such a
Thank
basic
you.
shape.
I'm very basic. What's your excuse?
Look, don't hate me because I'm a trapezoid lover.
Okay, Colette. There are two wolves inside of you.
All right.
One of them is based. The other is a trapezoid lover. Which one is it?
Well, I'm happy that at least one of them is based. I'll take that as a win already.
Let me repeat that. One is based, the other loves trapezoids.
And
Which one is winning?
unfortunately,
The one he feeds. Duh.
it's true.
Which wolf do you feed?
Honestly, I probably feed the based wolf more than I feed the trapezoid loving wolf. And I don't even want it to be that way.
Trapezoids are weird.
I think they're good.
What's weird?
Like they are weird, but like I think they're way cooler than rhombuses.
A rhombus?
Yeah.
You know, you're right. With a trapezoid, like, this could be a box in perspective.
Yeah,
Made
it's
up
also
of
like your
trapezoids.
floor plane.
Like floor
If you're
plane.
doing a scene.
If you put two of them together and you have like strong foreshortening on a box,
Mm-hmm.
like so. But you do a rhombus. There's
mean,
no
like, what are you
perspective
getting
to
with
work
that?
with.
Yeah, you just have
More like-
two sets of parallel lines that don't mean anything to anyone.
More like wrong bus.
You know, I'll give you points for that. Yeah, that was good. I like that a lot.
I appreciate that.
So you get like a weird orthogonal view.
Yeah.
If you try to make it in 3 dimensions. It's just
Or-
no good.
Orthogonal. What does that mean?
It's 3 dimensions without perspective, I think is the easy nomenclature.
Like isometric.
Yeah, like isometric. What's your favorite form? If squares are your favorite shape, what's your favorite 3-dimensional form?
Three-dimensional form? What do you mean exactly?
I actually don't know how to break down those words any further. Like, your favorite basic 3-dimensional object,
To draw?
just in general. Are you like a cube guy? Are you a sphere guy? Are you like a pyramid guy?
Oh wait, I actually meant you went to squares. I actually meant cube. Like cubes. Like it's another basic fundamental, but to get it right, especially if you do a rotating practice where you try to have the cube move but still keep it consistent, that's a fair challenge. But it's helpful.
Draw a box has been incredibly helpful, even if I hate it.
I think this. It might be a sign that you need to do it if you hate it that much. Then again, some things don't get. Not everything in art gets faster when you do it. You can do it right, but it'll still take some time.
Scam is that, you know? Like, you practice stuff, and instead of being faster, you're just slower, but it looks a little bit better in the end.
That's debatable. You might be just as slow doing it badly.
You know what? You're right, actually.
But the
I
reason
hadn't
you were
considered.
bad is because you didn't take time.
Yeah, but if the only like variable is time, why practice? You know.
Well,
Just
sometimes
expend
you have to
additional
know
time.
what to spend the time on.
Yeah.
True. Also, gonna throw this out there in terms of 3-dimensional forms. I'm a big sphere fan. Really hard to say. Big fan of orbs.
Sphere's respectable. I didn't put it up there because it's kind of easy to do, but mapping out the form is nice.
It's kind of weird, right? Because if you are attempting to render a 3-dimensional sphere on a 2-dimensional plane, you are always drawing a circle.
Yeah.
Like,
From
I think
every
that's why a
angle.
lot of it doesn't matter how you look at it. It doesn't matter what the perspective is. It's always just going to be a circle. It's easily the hardest shape to draw. I think
That's the
in
real
3
tragedy
dimensions.
of the sphere. No matter how you look at it, there's no point, no edge, only round.
Oh man, so deep.
You must
All right, guys,
believe
I
that the
gotta-
sphere is happy.
I gotta skedaddle. I have a little chores to take care of.
Oh,
Thank
before
you
you,
for
oh
having
wait,
me
before
around.
you go, Goeth, let me just post something real quick in the
Is
Art
it a
Club
train?
chat. If
Better
you
be a
bel-
train.
You can,
If it's not a train,
you know,
I'm
you
leaving.
guys just use your imagination and pretend this is a train.
I don't know what this is, but I hate it so much. Goodbye.
I can't believe you haven't seen that at Bojack. You guys inspire me to make some interesting stuff.
I let's put that one up on stream.
That was you. I was holding on to that for a while. I wanted to show it before.
It's
Go ahead.
appropriate for this one. Let's see.
It'll buff out. Okay, watching stream. There we go. There you go, Patron. You can do it. Easy.
Why is Patchen looking like that? He has the easy part.
We were joking about Patron finalizing the lines. So
Yeah,
much.
but I had to come up with the designs and everything.
Well, that's because you already made a withered soy jack of yourself. It's not. I just thought of this on the fly.
I do have a withered soy jack. I use it quite often, in fact.
I can't imagine why. That
Because
reminds me,
life sucks.
So deep. Ah, that reminds me. Need to get back to drawing more soy jacks. I was out of it, and I got back, and I was making some pointing soy jacks today. I have no idea when I'm gonna have a good chance to show these off. So far, of people I know online, I've got 11, technically 12, because I made two for Patron.
You know, at some point, this guy actually started looking cool.
That's why you have to chip away at stuff.
I'm not sure when it was.
I think I know it's kind of shifted, but I think adding the symbols on his armor really helped.
Probably.
Made it more official.
It's like that thing people say. I spent so long working my way towards the top, I never noticed when I actually got there.
It's lonely at the top.
Now, where's the correct layer? There it is.
I'm going through the artist's Russian roulette, I see.
Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. We need something for to finish his axe.
Let me have a look. To finish the... I'm still catching up. Finishing the axe.
He's got an end that doesn't have anything on it.
Oh. My first thought is to do with what you did with the helmet. Make it like an ice shard. Maybe make it jagged, like a stalactite, like
Oh, I know.
He knows, folks. He knows. What does he know?
We're gonna make like a blade on the end.
Like a sword?
More like a spear, but yeah.
Oh. Sweet.
This way we can have like another section where it's got the ice projection effect.
Works for me.
Yeah. Then up here we can take this ahead. And we'll put like a kind of crisscross pattern that I was doing before on here.
Sure.
Crisscross applesauce.
So the magic works, folks. This is where this is where everything happens.
Yeah, and now we're cooking. We'll add a little bit of ornateness to the inside of this thing.
There we go. You got the symbol on there. Perfect.
We'll add some straps to the back of the gauntlet here. I think this guy will be about done.
Nice. You did it. The armor could not stop you.
Not even the helmet.
I'll remember that next time you have to draw a helmet.
Actually,
Yeah.
I'm on a roll. I need to add more.
Oh boy, he's at the point where he's got to keep going.
I figured out the aesthetic. Now I have to capitalize on it.
Keep the fire burning.
Whoops. I cannot draw straight lines, by the way.
That's okay. I'm sorry for everyone. But it's okay, Dice, because there are two wolves in you.
Oh,
One that can draw straight lines and one that cannot.
there are
One
two
wolf is-
wolves inside me. One of them just remembered a trick Kohet taught me in CSP to draw straight lines.
What's that?
You hold down, you
Shit.
put a dot, and then you hold down shift and put another dot.
Oh, I forgot about that. Should use that.
Yeah. Could have used that like this whole time.
Live
I
and
keep
learn.
forgetting. See. All right. I think it's about time I actually called it finished.
He looks good, Dice.
You do look pretty good.
Well done.
We got some real badasses here.
Looks like a pretty cool guy. You think they got it?
I think they got it.
Okay, I have to be pretty it's a pretty subtle joke.
A little bit. But yeah, these should be fun to work with.
I can hear that you've stretched for the second time tonight.
Oh, it's been more than the second time. But
You
yeah.
must choose to believe Dicebag is doing his posture checks.
Dicebag is leaning back instead of leaning forward. And adjusting his lumbar support.
Excellent.
That was kind of rough.
Oh, you got through it.
Only nearly 5 hours.
Just a little.
I think it's time to log off here. So, hey everybody. Who's still watching? Who's lurking? Anybody? I don't know. I gotta go. Like, subscribe, do all the things, please. And I will see you next time with whoever is gonna show up. So, bye.
Good night.